The following is a presentation of Flow Sports.
Good afternoon, FloRacing. Happy race day.
Just how lucky we are to be able to tune in to Flow and watch pretty much any race we want.
This is what you say village for. We are free.
Think that no one
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to night number 3 of Overwatch Precision Ohio Speedweek, presented by Kistler Racing Engines here at Wayne County Speedway. Tonight's order of events will go hot laps, my race pass hot laps for Flight A, and then Flight A Capital Renegade qualifying, followed by Flight B hot laps and qualifying. Opening ceremonies will then come before we get into 4 All-Star Circuit of Champions heat race action. Top 4 will go on to tonight's A main event. Mod Lights will then have their heat races. We'll also have the Island Arena Put in Bay dice roll to find out the invert for our level utilities at Dash, which one will follow the Tubbo Towels B main before we get into tonight's 35-lap A main event. Wayne County Speedway, located in beautiful Orrville, Ohio, opened in 1965. 3/8 mile, and as you can see, a little banked. Definitely not as banked as where we will be tomorrow night at Eldora Speedway, but fast racetrack, slide jobs, plenty in store here tonight. 68 degrees, a little bit of a breeze going. So we get ready here, heating the motors coming up right now. Cars on the racetrack. We opened the weekend with Craig Mintz getting his 3rd career All-Star win at Attica Raceway Park, followed by Zess Sabo getting his 1st career All-Star win at Sharon Speedway on Saturday. Unfortunately, Sunday at Millstream was canceled, which brings us to night number 3 here at Wayne County. We'll go to Eldora tomorrow night, day off Wednesday. Then we'll go to Wayne's Field, Raceway Park, on Thursday night. Fremont Speedway Friday night, and then we will return here to Wayne County Speedway Saturday night to end Ohio Speedweek. $10,000 on the line here at Wayne County on Saturday night. So we get to come back to Orrville twice. We will also be back here 2 more times later in August. I think the first week of September, we will be here for 2 nights of racing action. Labor Day weekend. So we will still have 4 nights of racing here at Wayne County, after the first one being canceled a few weeks back. So coming into tonight, Zess Sabo leading the Ohio Speedweek points. Parker Price Miller, Danny Dietrich, Nate Dussel, Cap Henry, and Caleb Henry are Cap and Caleb are tied for 5th, but that is your top 5 coming into tonight's Ohio Speedweek. Zess Sabo again with a win coming Saturday night at Sharon Speedway, but you can see for those watching on Flow, Zess Sabo, Parker Price Miller, Danny Dietrich, Nate Dussel, Cap Henry, Caleb Henry, Bryce Lucius, Tim Schaefer, Greg Wilson, and Leighton Wagner. Your top 10, Leighton Wagner coming off a career best with the All-Stars at Sharon Speedway with a 3rd place finish on Saturday night. those tuning in at home, we'll throw it to a quick commercial break. We'll be back with My Race Pass Hot Laps from Wayne County Speedway, night number 3 of Ohio Speedweek.
Hey race fans, Burdick's RV Center is your full-line Renegade RV dealer in the Northeast. Travel to and from your destination in extreme luxury, Class C and Super C motorhomes like no other. Choose a new Renegade Explorer or the incredible Renegade Classic, while the new Renegade XL stands above them all. We'll help arrange financing and work with your trade-in too. So chase races, chase your dreams with Renegade at Burdick's RV Center in Cicero, New York, or burdicksrvcenter.com.
Who's it gonna be? Evan Distian steals it here tonight.
And welcome back to those watching on FloRacing, as well as those watching on Flow 24/7, live on Amazon Prime tonight. For night number 3, the Overwatch Precision Ohio Speedweek, presented by Kistler Racing Engines. Some cars still getting heat in the motors. And then we will go right on to My Race Pass Hot Laps. Push trucks are already staged for that one. 46 cars signed in for tonight's racing action. After we had 49 on Saturday night at Sharon Speedway. Looks like a few more cars getting ready to get pushed off for some heat in the motor. And then we'll get ready for My Race Pass Hot Laps for Flight A. Starting tonight, we had the Laris Motorsports Insurance Drivers Meeting. Laris Motorsports Insurance exists because racing doesn't fit neatly into standard insurance policies. The Laris family has spent decades in both industries with more than 80 years in insurance and over 60 years of first-hand racing experience. They've been on the track, in the pits, and behind the scenes, and they understand what's actually at risk when race cars pull into the staging lane or unload at the track. And My Race Pass, the sponsor for our hot lap session all season long. Race fans experience race night like never before with the My Race Pass app. All the race day information you need can be in the palm of your hand. Search for the All-Star Circuit of Champions on the home screen of the My Race Pass app and follow along. View driver entry list, real-time lineups, and official results, drivers' bios, and point standings while the race is underway. Follow along with live timing and scoring on the with MRP Live. So engine heat is done. We'll be ready to move into My Race Pass Hot Laps. coming into tonight, the All-Star point standings. Caleb Henry now with a 15-point gap between himself and Cale Thomas. Zane DeVolt in the third spot in points. Leighton Wagner, Cody Bova, Logan McCandless, Zach Campton, Bobby Elliott, and Todd King, the 10 full-timers with the All-Stars this year. But Caleb Henry, Cale Thomas, the story of Ohio Speed Week last year and leading now into Ohio Speed Week again this year, your top two in points. And here's a racetrack where Cale Thomas has found success, but Caleb Henry has not. Caleb Henry has struggled at Wayne County. He did it last year. And now we come back to Wayne County, where we'll find out if Caleb Henry can get it done. His career best at Wayne County for Caleb Henry was 9th in 2025, while Cale Thomas has 2 wins here at Wayne County, the last one coming in 2024. Speedway here, as we will get ready for Flight A, My Race Pass Hot Laps about to hit the Speedway. Few yellow cars there. The one on the inside of that front row waiting to get pushed off from Beachville, Ontario in the Glensteyer Racing, Ackland Insurance, LMP Excavation, TRS. That's the 5 of DJ Christie. DJ Christie making his first start with the All-Stars this year. From Sandusky, Ohio, in the Kenworth of Cleveland, Fleet Financial, Ohio Truck Sales, Real American Beer. That's 15C of Chris Andrews. To the outside of him from Raymond, Washington, in the Slingshot Transportation, CEI Crane and Rigging, Buckshot Racing of Baker's Mobile Home Transport, Momentum Racing Suspension. That's the Daredevil, Devin Borden, in the 45. And to the outside, last year's winner here for Speedweek. From Findlay, Ohio, in the Rodata Trucking, Triple X Racing, Stinger Race Fuels, BK Trucking, in the 27H of Bryce Lucius. And from Benton Ridge, Ohio, in the Ohio Logistics, DNC Hydraulics, Miller Customs, Finley Pallet, Interstate Truck Repairs, W20, that is Greg Wilson. Greg Wilson in the W20. Behind them, from Indianapolis, Indiana, in the Northwest Ohio, Towing and Recovery, Sugar Street Bar and Grill, Schaefer's Oral 97, that is Zach Hampton. Zach Hampton running full-time with the All-Stars this year. From Medina, Ohio, in the Chuck's Custom Truck and Trailer, Amsoil, Albright Security Center, Design Engineering, Station House Antiques 8T, that is Tanner Tecco. Looks like one more car being pushed onto the Speedway. And that's the driver out of Rising Sun, Ohio, in the Poet RC Concrete, MRZ Brush Removal, TNT Ag, Kent's Transmission, number 5 of Cody Brewer. Green flag will come out here for the first set of hot laps for Flight A of qualifying. So again, group number 1 of My Race Pass hot laps on the Speedway. Cody Brewer, 18.489. Once these cars get up to speed, you see Devin Borden 15.772. Sits atop of the board right now. As checkered flag will wave here. Chris Andrews, Bryce Lucius, DJ Christie, and Zach Hampton, your top 5. Tanner Tecco now jumps up to 4th with a 15.833. But going quickest so far here in Group 1 of My Race Pass Hot Laps, Devin Borden 15.279. Chris Andrews, Cody Brewer, Tanner Tecco, and Bryce Lucius, your top 5 through that first set of hot laps for Flight A. So you see the cars in the infield. They will get pushed off there for qualifying, but also that is where the grit work area will be tonight. So for heat races and for all the preliminary action as well as the A main event, that will be the grit work area for tonight's racing action. So you will see if any driver hits that work area, you can watch from the stands and live on FloRacing everything that goes on in that work area here tonight. So we'll wait here as some crew members crossing the racetrack, heading into that grit work area. And then we will get ready for group number 2 of Flight A's hot laps here at Wayne County Speedway. Next cars on the Speedway. From Sand Springs, Oklahoma, in the Michael Dutcher Motorsports Lifestyle Homes Big Rig Repair Service of Indiana, Avanti Windows, Parallax Group 17 GP, that is Hank Davis. And from Mercer, Pennsylvania, the McCandless Ford of Mercer Meadville, McCandless Trailer Sales, Priest Enterprises, High Performance Lubricants, the 29 of Logan McCandless. From Adrian, Michigan, in the Ed Neumeister Racing, Cherries Out Propane, Cherries Outdoor World, L&M Property, Port Racing, Level Utilities, Heatmeyer Concrete, that's the 11N of Darren Nida. From Worcester, Ohio, in the ABR Farms, Victory Railway, Tim Hawkins Logging, that's the 16 of Danny Mumal. Danny Mumal in the 16. From Enon Valley, Pennsylvania, the Shellhouse Landscape Construction, McFarland Lumber and Pallets, Bobby Clark Racing, Watkins Turf Care, Karski Security, Shop Angry Duck 38, that is Leighton Wagner in the 38 car, a former track champion here at Wayne County. From Huntersville, North Carolina, in the Level Utilities, Caligo, Kaiser Sound Company, Limousine Limos, 44, that is Aiden Price. Pushing off on the front stretch from Holmesville, Ohio, in the Simcox Grinding Steel, Amanda Lewis, Attorney at Law, BRS Bell, HP Engines, that is Race Jacobs in the 81. And from Polk, Ohio, in the 91X, it's Aaron Middle. Aaron Middle in the 91X. As that'll be the next group here for My Race Pass Hot Laps as green flag will wave. See if anyone can top Devin Borden's 15.279. Leighton Wagner 15.500. Logan McCandless 15.799. Leighton Wagner coming off his career best at Sharon Speedway Saturday night with a third place finish. Hank Davis third quickest now with a 15.730. McCandless 15.414 goes to second quick. Aiden Price jumps up to fifth quick, 15.794. So checkered flag has waved. No one has topped Devin Borden's 15.279, but Logan McCandless quickest there in that group of hot laps, 15.414. Leighton Wagner, 15.500, third quickest. Hank Davis, Aiden Price, your top five now in My Race Pass hot laps.
sun came out.
To the Speedway. From Rawson, Ohio, in the golden flavored sesame sticks, Vulcan Fire Protection, and Bluffton Diesel Service, Cali's Performance Products. That's the 98 of Ricky Peterson Jr. To the inside from Hamilton, Ontario, and the Moxie Performance Advisors, Hummerville Parts, DJD Gears, DJD Graphics. That's the 12DD of Darren Dryden. From West Plano, Texas, in the Advanced Castone, Superior Tank and Trailer, Fremont Fence Company, Shingley Monkey, Hustled LLC, Crown Battery, Racer Realm 19, that is TJ Michael. From Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, in the Williams Steel Coating, Cody McDonald's Roofing, Bennick Enterprises 01, that's the Steel City Outlaw, Tim Schaefer. From Fairland, Indiana, the Rudzik Excavating, Centerline Boring, Smith Titanium AL Driveline, Behrman Racing Shocks 49X of Cale Thomas. From Bluffton, Ohio, in the Control Design Solutions Tire Slick Banshee Graphics 5T, that is Travis Philo. From Sacramento, California, in the Triple J Towing, Burchard Financial, All-Star Performance, Valvoline, FK Roddens, Behrman Racing Shocks 101, that is your current points leader, Caleb Henry. So this will be the final group here of My Race Pass Hot Laps for Flight A. Devin Borden again still sitting atop of the boards, 15.279. McCandless, Wagner, Davis, and Price are your top five with this final group heading on to the Speedway. So green flag will drop here in the final group for Flight A Hot Laps. Caleb Henry goes top of the board, 14.940. So we talked about it, Caleb Henry, not with the best success, and now Cale Thomas goes second quick, 15.060. So Caleb Henry, Cale Thomas, the top two in points right now are sitting atop of the speed charts. Caleb Henry, the only one in the 14-second bracket, as Cale Thomas now joins him, 14.948. So checkered flag will wave here. And now top of the board, the 101, Caleb Henry, 14.883. Cale Thomas, 14.948. Ricky Peterson Jr., Devin Borden, and Logan McCandless, your top five here in My Race Pass Hot Laps here in Flight A. So we get ready for Capital Renegade qualifying. Capital Renegade is the quick time sponsor for the 2026 season. They are authorized Bravo Trailer, Renegade, and Intech Trailer dealership in Beltsville, Maryland. Through their own experience as racers, antique car collectors, they have a unique ability to help you with all your trailer needs. For more information or to look at their inventory, visit CapitalRenegade.com. First two cars hitting the Speedway. From Rising Sun, Ohio, and the Poet, RC Concrete, MRZ Brush Removal, TNT Ag, Kent's Transmission. Number 5, that is Cody Brewer. And from Indianapolis, Indiana, and the Northwest Ohio Towing and Recovery, Sugar Street Bar and Grill, Schaefer's Oil, 97, that is Zach Hampton. Green flag is out for both of them. Zach Hampton, this is his first ever trip to Wayne County Speedway. First time for Brewer, 15.247. Opening time lap for Zach Hampton, 15.166. He'll go top of the board. Second time around for Cody Brewer, 14.838. Zach Hampton's second time around, he'll go 15.031. Next two cars to hit the Speedway from Sandusky, Ohio, and the Kenworth of Cleveland. Fleet Financial, Ohio Truck Sales, Real American Beer, 15C, that is Chris Andrews. And from Beachville, Ontario, and the Glen Steyer Racing, Ackland Insurance, LMP Excavations, TRS, number 5, that is DJ Christie. Green flag is out for both drivers here. First time seeing DJ Christie this season. Opening time lap for Chris Andrews. He'll go 15.343. DJ Christie goes 15.430. Lap number 2 for Chris Andrews. He'll go slower on his second time around. DJ Christie will improve 15.337. From Baton Rouge, Ohio, and Ohio Logistics, DNC Hydraulics, Miller Customs, Finley Pallet, Interstate Truck Repairs, W20, that is Greg Wilson. And from Findlay, Ohio, and the Rodata Trucking, Triple X, Stinger Race Fuels, BK Trucking, 27H, that is Bryce Lucius. Bryce Lucius, last year's winner of the Duffy Smith Memorial. Opening time for Greg Wilson. He'll go third quick, 15.123. Bryce Lucius, top of the board, 14.639 on his opening time lap. Second time for Wilson, 15.102. Second time for Lucius, he'll go slower, so 14.639 is a new quick time. From Medina, Ohio, and the the Trucks Custom Truck and Trailer, Amsoil, Albright Security Center, Design Energy, Station House Antique, AT, that is Tanner Tecco. And from Raymond, Washington, the Slingshot Transportation, CEI Crane and Ring, Buckshot Racing, Baker's Mobile Home Transport, 25, the Daredevil, Devin Borden. Devin Borden, a one-time winner with the All-Stars, that coming at State Line Speedway last season. Time for Tanner Tecco, top of the board, 14.600. Devin Borden now, 14.487, goes the quick time. Tanner Tecco pulls off the Speedway. Second time for Devin Borden. He'll go slower, 14.501. Caution flag will come out here as Tanner Tecco stopped on the backstretch there, heading into the pit area. There's a fire on the 8T reported. So safety crew checking on the 8T of Tanner Tecco. So Devin Borden quickest here, 14.487. Tanner Tecco, 14.600. Bryce Lucius, 14.639 are your top three so far here in Capital Renegade qualifying. Here we go. Next two cars are on the Speedway from Adrian, Michigan in the Edmund Meister Racing, Cherry's Propane, Cherry's Outdoor World, L&M Properties, Poor Racing, 11 Utilities, Heitmeyer Concrete, 11N, that is Darren Nida. And from Mercer, Pennsylvania, the McCandless Ford of Mercer Meat Mill, McCandless Trailer Sales, Priest Enterprises, High Performance Lubricants, 29, that is Logan McCandless. Logan McCandless in the 29 on the Speedway. Opening time for Nida, he'll go fifth quick, 14.863. Opening time for McCandless, he'll go 15.540. Second time for Darren Nida, he'll improve 14.675. Second time for McCandless, he'll go 15.203 up to eighth quick. So log jam there in the backstretch. Keep these cars under caution while they get that log jam figured out. Then we will continue our Capital Renegade qualifying for Flight A. Ohio in the ABR Farms Victory Railway, Tim Hawkins logging. Chasers drive through 16, that is Danny Moomaw. And from Enon Valley, Pennsylvania, in the Shellhouse Landscape Construction, Farm Lumber Pallets, Bobby Clark Racing, Watkins Turf Care, Karski Security, Shop Angry Duck, 38 of Leighton Wagner. Danny Moomaw's opening time lap 15.429. Opening time for Leighton Wagner. He'll go fifth quick, 14.725. Two Wayne County track champions on the Speedway. Moomaw's second time will go slower, 15.474. Second time for Leighton Wagner. He will go slower as well, 15.034. So Leighton Wagner jumps up to fifth quick. Holmesville, Ohio, in the Simcox Riding Steel, Amanda Lewis, attorney at law, PRS, Metal Helmets, HP Engines, 81, that is Race Jacobs. And from Polk, Ohio, that is Aaron Middall in the 91X. Green flag is out for both drivers. Race Jacobs running all of Ohio's Speedweek. Saw him at Attica and Sharon already this week. Now, turns to Wayne County. Opening time for Jacobs, he'll go 15.431. Opening time for Middall, he'll go 16.955. Second time for Race Jacobs, he'll improve 15.354, 12th quick. Second time for Middall, he'll go slower, 17.037. From Huntersville, North Carolina, in the Love Utilities, Kelly Go, Kaiser Sound Company, Limousine Limos, that's the 44 of Aiden Price. And from Hamilton, Ontario, in the Moxie Performance Advisors, Powerville Cards, DJD Gear, and DJD Graphics, that is the 12DD of Darren Dryden. Darren Dryden making his season debut with the All-Stars. Opening time for Aiden Price, 10th quick, 15.237. Dryden goes 15.522, that'll put him 15th quick. Second time for Aiden Price, he'll improve to 9th quick, 15.158. Dryden's second time, he'll improve 15.202. From Sacramento, California, the Triple J Towing, Burchard Financial, their All-Star Performance, Valvoline FK Rod, and Fairman Race Shocks. That is the 101 of Caleb Henry. And from Sand Springs, Oklahoma, the Michael Dutcher Motorsports Lifestyle Homes, Big Rig Repair Service of Indiana, launching windows and doors, Parallax Group. That's the 17 GP of Hank Davis. Hank Davis making his second start with the All-Stars. We saw him at Fremont last month. Opening time for Caleb Henry, third quick, 14.633. Opening time for Hank Davis, he'll go 15.228. Second time for Caleb Henry, quick time 14.384. Second time for Hank Davis, he'll improve to 9th quick, 15.086. From Rawson, Ohio, Molten Flavor Sesame Sticks, Vulcan Fire Protection, Bluffton Diesel Service, Callie's Performance Products, Merriman Racing Shocks 98, that is Ricky Peterson Jr. And from West Plano, Texas, the Advanced Cast Stone Spear Tank and Trailer, Fremont Friends Company, Chickly Monkey Hustle LLC, Crown Battery 19, that is TJ Michael. TJ Michael and Ricky Peterson Jr. both running full-time this week. Ricky Peterson Jr., the reigning Fast on Dirt points champion. Peterson's opening time, 8th quick, 15.016. TJ Michael, current points leader of the Attica Fremont Series, and his opening time, he'll go 18th quick, 15.359. Second time around for Ricky Peterson, he'll go slower, 15.183. Second time around for TJ Michael, he'll go slower, 15.100. From Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, the Williams Steel Coating, Cody McDonald's Roofing, Bannock Enterprises, that's the 01, the Steel City Outlaw, Tim Schaefer, And from Fairland, Indiana, the Rudzik Excavating, Centerline Boring, Smith Titanium, Yale Driveline, Behrman Racing Stocks 49X of Cale Thomas. Cale Thomas coming into tonight's second in All-Star points. Cale Thomas, 2 wins in his career at Wayne County. Opening time for Tim Schaefer, 15.230, 16th quick for Tim Schaefer. Opening time for Cale Thomas, 8th quick, 14.943. Second time for Tim Schaefer, he'll improve to 14th quick, 15.156. Second time for Cale Thomas, he'll go to 7th quick, 14.803. So that will do it for Flight A of Capital Renegade qualifying, and setting quick time with a 14.384, the 101 of Caleb Henry. Devin Borden, Tanner Tecco, Bryce Lucius, and Darren Nida were top 5 there in Capital Renegade qualifying Flight A. So now we'll get ready for Flight B. To our viewers watching on FloRacing 24/7, thank you for tuning in for even more racing action. Stream FloRacing anytime in the Flo Sports app. First few cars, the closest on the outside of this front row. From Castalia, Ohio, in the Ernst Tire Recycling, Joyride Transportation, Premier Planning Services, that's 25R of Jordan Ryan. To the inside of him, from Struthers, Ohio, in the JS Bova Excavating Pro Quality Demo, Southeastern Equipment, Seneca Bob Sub Shop, SP Tech, that's the 20B of Cody Bova. From Sunshine Coast, Queensland, Australia, in the New Trend Homes, NAPA, Rudis Hill Trucking 66, that is Ryan Newton. Behind them, from Strasburg, Ohio, in the Red Malkit Incorporated, Sugar Creek Cartage, Macintosh Oil, Malkit Racing Engines, the 70 of Henry Malkit. From Adelaide, Australia, in the Kaiser Wheels, Slade Shocks, GW Racing, All-Star Supply Company 5AU, that is Brock Hallett. Last few cars waiting to get pushed off. From Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin, the BMRE Electric Arts, Kaiser Aluminum Wheels, Wisconsin Hot Cheese 47, that is Todd King. Getting pushed off on the front stretch from Mount Gambier, South Australia, in the Auto Care Mount Gambier, Callum Morrison Construction, Prestige Track Sales, Quick Mix Concrete AU 55, that is Parker Scott. And from Tiffin, Ohio, the Level Utilities, Fremont Auto Parts, Linder Speed Equipment, Limousine Limos, Ash Automotive, Gates, Belts, and Hoses, 29Z, that's Howdy, Zeth Sabo. Zeth Sabo, your points leader of Overwatch Precision Ohio Speed Week, presented by Kistler Racing Engines, after a win at Sharon Speedway on Saturday night. So we'll get ready here to kick off Flight B of Hot Laps. Goes 16.1. 15.766. Sebo goes 15.723. Parker Scott goes 15.705. So Parker Scott, in his first ever look at Wayne County Speedway, goes quickest so far out of the first 8 cars here in Hot Laps. Next few cars getting ready to hit the Speedway. From Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, the Weikert Livestock SpeedwayCars.com Big Cove Whitetail Trophy Hunts, York Excavating. That is Danny Dietrich in the 48. From Evans City, Pennsylvania, the Ravens Trailer, Rutzler Sales and Services, Superior Tank and Trailer, Top Shelf Trucking, Mobile Auto Parts 22. That is Brandon Spithauler. From Plymouth, Indiana, the A to Z Mechanical, Global Link, Duff's Bar and Grill, Tony Elliott Foundation, Handy Graphics, Premier Lubricants, CPG, Creative Product, that's the 14 of Zane DeVault. From Worcester, Ohio, the Holmes Cheese Company, Smithville Manufacturing, Bergen Insurance 3J, that is Trey Jacobs. From Helena, Ohio, in the Gary Holland, Pit Stop with Tiffin, Seamless Gutters, Story Equipment 35 of Storm Brubaker. So Parker Price Miller on the Speedway here. Like one more car might be getting pushed on as well. From Caldwell, Ohio, Pine Tree Towing and Recovery, Kempthorne Auto Campus, Kramer's Custom Steel. That is the 38K of Chris Myers. Chris Myers in the yellow machine waiting to get pushed off as well. Brandon Spithauler now goes top of the board, 15.195. Parker Price Miller, fourth quick, 15.766. Trey Jacobs now second quick, 15.355. So Brandon Spithauler goes to the top of the board now, 15.194. Trey Jacobs, Chris Myers, your top 3, with Parker Scott and Zess Sabo being your top 5. So final few cars here for Flight B, Hot Laps, getting ready to get pushed onto the Speedway. From Allenton, Michigan, in the Crest Lincoln, Ron Carquest Armada, Catch fenced 5E, that's Bobby Elliott on the front stretch here. Behind him, a pair of 7s from Ashland, Ohio. And the 89 Homes K&R Supply Outlaw Logistics 7DK, that is Dylan Kingan. And from Mount Vernon, Ohio, in the 89 Homes K&R Supply, the shortstop Schaefer's Oil Behrman Racestock's 7-star of Tyler Street. From Republic, Ohio, and Jeff Ford Demolition Premier Planning Services, Elliott's Custom Trailers and Carts, Tony Elliott Foundation, Primal Tea Shop 33W of Cap Henry. From Mansfield, Ohio, and the All-American Roof Pros, Station House Antiques, Horton Repair and Service, that's the 9 of Lance Heimberger. From Lemoore, California, the Burmeister Trophy, Sunny Signs, Napa, Bryan, Ohio, Kistler Engines, Triple X Chassis, 16X, that is Gage Garcia. Gage Garcia coming down the front straightaway. And the one from Caldwell, Ohio, in the Pine Tree Towing and Recovery, Valley View Cabins number 1, that is Jamie Myers. So Jamie Myers in the 1. This will be your final group of My Race Pass Hot Laps. Then we will roll into Flight B of Capital Renegade qualifying. Green flag is out here in this final group of hot laps. See if anyone can top Brandon Spithaller's 15.194. Cap Henry goes second quick, 15.327, as Gage Garcia loses a right rear in turn number 3 and 4. So tires rolling down the front straightaway here. So he hits the wall in turn 1 and 2. Heads into turn 3 and 4, and just no steering as he hits the wall again. And the tire snaps off before he even gets to a stop. So again, to all our viewers watching on FloRacing 24/7, thanks for tuning in tonight for night number 3 of Ohio Speedweek. For even more racing action, stream FloRacing anytime in the Flo Sports app. as you look in on the front stretch, you can see Burmeister 16 car getting to work. See if they can get Gage Garcia ready for qualifying. So Gage Garcia going to head to the pit, see if they can get the 16 car ready for their qualifying. As they're scheduled to go out about 17th out of the 23 cars, so they got a little bit of time to see if they can get him ready to get pushed off. As we will get ready for Flight B qualifying coming up here. First two cars at the Speedway. Sunshine Coast, Winston, Australia, Trent Holmes, NAPA. Silver 66, that is Ryan Newton. And from Strasburg, Ohio, Red Mountain, Macintosh Oil. Racing engines, that is Henry Malkin in the 70 minute. Henry Malkin. A tough start for both of these drivers. Ryan Newton was leading at ASCoC, gets into a Cap Henry, ends his night there. Last night leading the race, gets into the wall, and ends his night there. Henry Malkin as well at ASCoC Raceway Park ends up being a scratch for the night right after qualifying. So first time for Ryan Newton, 14.944. As Ryan Newton gets into the wall there in 1 and 2, Henry Malkin goes 15.274. Now Malkin hits the wall as well. Ryan Newton, as caution flag will wave. And that is definitely not what the 66 team would like to see. '16 about to get to work here. Ryan Newton's crew signaling for a tow truck. So a tough start to the night for the 66 of Ryan Newton. So Henry Malkin still gets one more lap. But for Ryan Newton, case a 14.944 might be a good time still in qualifying if they can get him fixed. The other two cars now to hit the Speedway from Adelaide, Australia, the Kaiser Wheels, Slade Shocks, GW Racing, All-Star Supply Company. That is Brock Callen, the 5AU. And from Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin, BMRE Electric Arts, Kaiser Aluminum Wheels, Wisconsin Hot Cheese, that is Todd King. Todd King goes 16.292. Brock Hallett went 15.575. Henry Malkin second time, 15.149. Second time for Brock Hallett, 15.564. Todd King second time, he'll go 15.880. So Ryan Newton, even after only one lap, will sit atop of the board here as the next two cars hit the Speedway from Castillo, Ohio. Ernst Recycling, Tire Recycling, Joyride Transportation, Premier Planning Services 25R. That is Jordan Ryan and Saturday night's winner from Tiffin, Ohio. Love Utilities, Fremont Auto Parts, Linder Speed Equipment, Limos, Ash Automotive, Gates, Belts and Hoses 29Z. That's Howdy's at Sabo. Seth Sabo in the 29C, Jordan Ryan in the 25R. Jordan Ryan showed some speed early on this week. His opening timed lap, Jordan Ryan will go 15.705. Opening time for Seth Sabo, he'll go third quick, 15.390. Seth Sabo had a great run here last year with the All-Stars, finished third as Jordan Ryan second time slower, 15.877. Second time for Seth Sabo, he'll go slower, 15.678. Next two cars on the Speedway from Struthers, Ohio, the JS Bova Excavating, Pro Quality Demo, Southeastern Equipment, Send a Kebab Sub Shop. That is the 20B of Cody Bova. And from Mount Gambier, South Australia, in the Auto Care Mount Gambier, Callum Morrison Construction, Prestige Track Sales, Quick Mix Concrete, AU55 of Parker Scott. Parker Scott seeing his first time here at Wayne County. Opening time for Cody Bova, he'll go fourth quick, 15.489. Opening lap for Scott, he'll go 15.829. That puts him seventh quick. Second time around for Cody Bova, he will go slower, 15.566. Second time around for Parker Scott, he'll improve to sixth quick, 15.669. From Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, the Weichert Livestock, SpeedwayCars.com. Big Cove Whitetail Trophy Hunts, York Excavating, 48, that's Double D, Danny Dietrich. And from Terre Haute, Indiana, the B&M Sandblasting Power Coating, Overwrights Pool, Simpson Racing Products, Kaiser Wheels, 37 of Bryce Norris. Danny Dietrich coming back to defend his Ohio Speedweek championship. Started the week off winning the B-Main and then being Hoosier Tire Hard Charger of the night. As Danny Dietrich's opening time lap, he'll go third quick, 15.219. Opening time for Bryce Norris, he'll go eighth quick, 15.669. Danny Dietrich ended up on the podium last year of the Duffy Smith, as he'll go quicker, but still third quick, 15.173. Norris's second time, he'll go sixth quick, 15.504. From Plymouth, Indiana, the A to Z Mechanical, Global Link, Duff's Bar and Grill, Tony Elliott Foundation, Handy Graphics, Premier Lubricants, CPG, a creative product. 14, that is Zane DeVault. And from Helena, Ohio, in the Gary Holland Pit Stop of Tiffin, Seamless Gutters, Story Equipment 35, that is Stuart Brubaker. Stuart Brubaker, Zane DeVault, the next two to hit the Speedway. Ryan Newton, the 66, still holding on that top time. As Zane DeVault's opening time, he'll go second quick, 15.117. Opening time for Stuart Brubaker, 12th quick, 17.381. Second time for DeVault, he'll go slower, 15.131, so second quick with 15.117. Stuart Brubaker a little out of sorts there as he'll go slower, 17.829. From Caldwell, Ohio, in the Pine Tree Towing and Recovery, Kempthorne Auto Campus, Kramer's Customs and Sheet Metal, that is the 38K of Chris Myers. And from Evans City, Pennsylvania, in the Ravens Trailer, Russell Sales and Services, Superior Tank and Trailer, Top Shelf Trucking, Mobile Auto Parts 22, that is Brandon Spithauler. Brandon Spithauler. Saw him twice this year, once at Attica on opening night and then Saturday night at Sharon Speedway. Opening time for Chris Myers, ninth quick, 15.653. First time for Spithauler, quick time, 14.854. Second time for Myers, he'll improve to 6th quick, 15.212. Brandon Spithaller, better, 14.852. From Worcester, Ohio, in the Holmesville Cheese Company, Smithville Manufacturing, Bergen Insurance 3J, that is Trey Jacobs. And from Kokomo, Indiana, the Indy Race Parts, Garrett Race Engines 71, the law firm, Parker Price Miller. Parker Price Miller looks to be running the whole week now. Podium at Attica to start the week off. Opening time for Trey Jacobs, 15.202, puts in 6th quick. Parker Price Miller's opening time, 15.2978 quick for Parker Price Miller. Trey Jacobs will go slower, 15.343. Second time for Parker Price Miller. He'll improve to 4th quick, 15.125. From Allenton, Michigan, in the Crest Lincoln, Ron Kark, West Armada, Catch Fence 5E, that's Bobby Elliott. And from Mansfield, Ohio, in the All-American Roof Pros, Station House Antiques, Horton Repair and Service, that is Lance Heimberger in the 9. Bobby Elliott in his sophomore season with the All-Stars. Looking for a rebound after a tough start to his Ohio Speedweek. Opening time for Elliott, he'll go 15.830. Lance Heimberger's opening time, 16.555. Second time for Bobby Elliott, he will go slower, 16.046. Second time for Heimberger, he will improve, 16.512. Mount Vernon, Ohio, the 89th Homes, K&R Supply, and the shortstop, Schaefer's Oil, Behrman Racing Shocks, Factory King Shocks, Outlaw Logistics, Bandit Logistics 7-star, that is Tyler Street. And from Republic, Ohio, Jeff Ward Demolitions, Premier Planning Services, Elliott's Custom Trailers and Parts, Tony Elliott Foundation, Primal Tea Shop, Innovative Excavating 33W of Cap Henry. Tyler Street, problems on the 7-star as he will slow down as he pulls in. So opening time, lap 4, Cap Henry. He'll go 9th quick, 15.389. Cap Henry, 13-time winner with the All-Stars in his career. He'll go to 3rd quick, 15.094. From Ashland, Ohio, the 89 Homes, K&R Supply, Outlaw Logistics, that is the 70K of Dylan Kingan. And from Caldwell, Ohio, in the Pine Tree Towing and Recovery, Valley View Cabins, 1 of Jamie Myers. Jamie Myers, Dylan Kingan look to be the last 2 here for Flight B of Capital Renegade qualifying. Opening time for Dylan King, and he'll go 19th quick, 17.161. Opening time for the 1, he'll go 19th quick, 17.143. Second time for Dylan King, and he'll improve, 16.792. And second time for Myers, he'll improve as well, 16.864. So taking home quick time at Capital Renegades quick time in Flight B at the 22 of Brandon Spithaller, 14.852. Ryan Newton, Cap Henry, Zane DeVault, and Parker Price Miller, the top 5 in Flight B qualifying. So now I'll hand the mic over to Mike Swanger. And Mike, Mod Lights, I wish there was more because I love these things.
First time this season for the Mod Lights here at Wayne County Speedway. We usually get a couple times here at Wayne County with the Mod Lights on special events. Got 11 of the mod lights here tonight. Of course, they're motorcycle powered. And as soon as the track clears, we'll get them out here for some hot laps as we get ready to set up for tonight's All-Star races with the Duffy Smith Memorial. So once again, we know it's a little bit of a cool night, and they are selling coffee at the ice cream stand. That's kind of ironic, selling coffee at the ice cream stand, but they are doing that in case you need something warm. And don't forget the after-hours barbecue set up down in Turn 1. If you're looking for some barbecue, Turn 1 for your barbecue. And we thank them for coming out to Wayne County Speedway tonight. Once again, the Wayne County Speedway merchandise available in the pit sign-in building. T-shirts and hoodies available. And once again, down by the walk-through pit entrance by the concession stand, they do have some baskets that they're going to raffle off. And it's all for the benefit of the Ron Craver family. So check those baskets out. They'll sell tickets tonight, Saturday night, and the following Saturday. And you do not have to be present to win one of those baskets. Aiden Braxton in the number 7. Aiden out of Coshocton, Ohio. Big John Preston in the 11P out of Orville. John with the Ventrek A-Plus Auto Brokers and North Ferry Choppers on board. Sponsorship, the 77 rolling out. That's John Large out of Warsaw. The 239 here on the front straightaway. That's AJ Race out of Mansfield. The 280. Jimmy Smith out of Tomaso, Ohio. Jimmy, always tough wherever he runs the mod lights at. Jimmy with the NXS Motorsports, Crutchfield Performance, and Shire Meats sponsorship on that 280. The 11C, that is Carson Hubbard. Carson out of Mount Vernon, the Velocity RPM sponsored machine. The 8H, Jacob Eisenhart out of Akron. Aiden Braxton in the number 7. Having difficulties there on the back straightaway. Did see him go through the grandstands earlier with the buckets, the quota of Wayne County with your 50-50 tickets. So if you see him with the blue buckets going through, that's your 50-50 people. And it looks like the track is green. And we'll go back to hot laps a couple more times for your mod lights. Apparently the tow truck driver not understanding things. Now we're ready to go back to hot lap green flag action for the mod lights. Once again, 11 of them signed in. And hopefully Aiden Braxton and the number 7 can get his fired back up and ready to go. So that will wrap up your first session of hot laps for the mod lights here at Wayne County Speedway on this Monday night. Group number 2 of hot laps for the mod lights will be rolling out. Evan Large in the number 73 out of Millersburg. The 41D, that's Ken Downey out of Southington in the Proverbs Excavating, Corner Ice Cream, and Dunham Garage Doors. The 613 is Jacob Stahl out of Loudonville. Jacob in the Marshall Excavating, Pleasant Hill Detailing, and Crown Jewel Automotive. The 25 is Cody McCombs out of Warsaw. So for motorcycle-powered cars, these guys scoot around the 3/8 mile of Wayne County Speedway at a pretty good clip. I believe it's Cody McCombs upside down over there in turn 2. So once again, just a few minutes, we'll get things going here at Wayne County Speedway. Got a chance to run down to the concession stand, all that good food down below. And also after hours barbecue set up down at turn 1. The beer stand open behind the grandstands. And like I said, Wayne County Speedway merchandise available in the pit sign-in building, halfway between here and the concession stand. So that will wrap up the hot laps for the mod lights. And once again, a big thanks to Pine Tree Towing Recovery with their tow trucks here helping out at Wayne County Speedway. If ever in southeastern Ohio, something goes wrong with their vehicle, Pine Tree Towing and Recovery will help you out. A little bit bent in on the number 25 of McCombs there. Looks like the back bumper dragging a little bit. So we'll take a moment to give the track just a little drink, then we'll get underway with tonight's activities here at Wayne County Speedway. So once again, the All-Stars will be back here Saturday night for the finale of Speedweek, $10,000 to win. And then next Saturday night, that will be the 27th. We'll have fireworks for the Wayne County Speedway Birthday Bash, as we'll have all 5 divisions on hand on the 27th. Then on July 4th, Independence Day, all 5 divisions will be back here. Then Sunday, July 12th, the Don and Hans Gross Memorial, the Summer Nationals Hill Tour, will be here on the 12th of July. So some big races coming up here at Wayne County Speedway. Working at making sure the track's in great shape. Did have a pretty good downpour yesterday here at Wayne County Speedway. A lot of the state got an inch to maybe 2 inches of rain around the area. So the track might be just softer a little bit, scraping the rough parts out down there in turns 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 right now. And if you haven't been at Wayne County Speedway for a while, if you notice, they'll show up later tonight. The Wayland caution lights in the corners make things a little bit brighter. And then also, you see some new poles on the back straightaway with new LED lights that will light up the back straightaway a lot brighter. So looking forward to seeing that after sunset. So once again, later on, the 13th annual Duffy Smith Memorial. Winners, past winners. Sheldon Honenshield picked up the wins in 2014, 2015. Rico Abreu in 2016. Kyle Larson 2017, 2018, and 2021. Aaron Reitzel in 2019. Cap Henry in 2020. Justin Peck in 2022. Tyler Courtney in 2023. Jordan Ryan in 2024. And last year, Bryce Lewis is picking up the win in 2025. And right behind the flag stand is the 50-50 people. Once again, we thank Quota for helping out. So if you need the 50-50, raise your hands and they'll come up to you. And we appreciate their help each and every week here at Wayne County Speedway with the 50-50. They help out a lot with the Kids Night coming up in August. But once again, it helps out with the hard of hearing and other disabilities with people around the Wayne County area.
Hey, race fan. Hey, race fans. Burdick's RV Center is your full-line Renegade RV dealer in the Northeast. Travel to and from your destination in extreme luxury, Class C and Super C motorhomes like no other. Choose a new Renegade Explorer or the incredible Renegade Classic, while the new Renegade XL stands above them all.
Looking back at
arrange
history
financing
here
and
at
work
Wayne
with your
County
trade-in,
Speedway
too.
back in
So
June
chase
5th,
races, chase your dreams
1987.
with Renegade.
The All-Stars
at
were here.
Burdick's RV Center in Cicero, New York, or burdicksrvcenter.com.
Who's it gonna be? Abadistian steals it here tonight.
All right, last call for the raffle tickets down by the concession stand. So if you haven't bought any tickets, we're going to do about 10 more minutes, and then we'll raffle a couple of them off. So if you're looking for raffle tickets down there, or have them, already bought some, make sure you have your tickets ready. Later on this evening, we'll let you know the numbers for them. So last call for your raffle tickets for the Ron Craver family. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, you want to check your billfolds, your pockets, purses. There has been a billfold turned into the tower. So check your pockets, make sure you got your billfold. If you don't have it, we have it. All right, we're going to bring out the first heat, stage them here on the front straightaway, and then we'll get underway with our opening ceremonies here at Wayne County Speedway. All right, as is custom here at Wayne County Speedway, we start the evening out with the Ugly Duck Bar and Grill invocation. Here's Mr. Eric Ruth.
Let's all rise for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you in praise and thanksgiving. I don't think that there could be a more perfect night for a race like this. It's a sport that we all love, and tonight these drivers will compete, and then we will honor the drivers that are successful, and some of those that are not successful. We know that your hand is upon all of us anyways. But Lord, most of all, we don't pause to honor you first. First and foremost, you're the creator. You're the one who loves us. You're the one who created each and every one of us, and you love us all equally. And Lord, I thank you for your kindness and your love, and for your son Jesus, who came and gave himself for all. Now, tonight I ask once again that your hand would be upon these drivers as they test the limits of those cars. They're going to push them hard. The track's ready. It looks great. And I pray that your hand would be upon those guys and not allow any harm to come to them. Watch over and protect them, and guide and direct them, and may their mistakes not be too costly. Lord, we love you and we thank you, and I praise you for the track personnel as well, for the emergency medical personnel, for the fans, and for the crew members, everyone that's involved to pull this event together. And I pray you'll give us all safe traveling mercy on the way home. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to Wayne County Speedway on a beautiful Monday night. Now, we ask all the veterans and active duty, military and frontline workers to stand, raise your hands, and be recognized for a big round of applause, please. We thank you for your contribution to our country. Now we are blessed to live in the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. Would you please honor our nation if you're able to do so? Stand. Gentlemen, please remove your hats for our national anthem, and it will be sung tonight by Megan Brown.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a big round of applause. She did a great job singing that national anthem. Once again, I want to welcome everybody here to Wayne County Speedway tonight. And also in attendance tonight, we have former Barberton Speedway people here in attendance. My name is Steve Brookins, a.k.a. the Green Hornet. I'm a former professional wrestler, United States heavyweight champion, and I am a co-owner here, and I'm going to turn it over to the track announcer, Mike Swagger.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, ready to go racing here at Wayne County Speedway. And once again, we've had a billfold turned in, so check your pockets. Make sure you got your billfold with you. If you don't have it, we've got it up here.
Heat race number 1 on the Speedway, brought to you by Premier Planning Services. At Premier Planning Services, they understand that every client has unique needs, and they pride themselves on their ability to tailor to those services and meet those needs. Whether you want the right health insurance or understand your Medicare options, they are here for you. For more information, visit pps4u.com. Starting on the pole of heat race number 1 from Fairland, Indiana, the Rudzig Excavating, Centerline Boring, Smith Titanium, AL Driveline, Behrman Racing Shocks 49X. That is Cale Thomas. To the outside from Adrian, Michigan, the Ed Neumeister Racing, Cherry's Propane, Cherry's Outdoor World, L&M Properties, Port Racing 11N of Darren Nida. Row number 2 on the inside from Medina, Ohio, in the Chuck's Custom Truck and Trailer, M's Oil, Albright Security Center 8T of Tanner Tecco. To the outside from Sacramento, California, the Triple J Towing, Burchard Financial, All-Star Performance, Valvoline 101 of Caleb Henry. In the 5th spot from Rawson, Ohio, in the Golden Flavor Sesame Sticks, Vulcan Fire Protection, Bluffton Diesel Service. That's the 98 of Ricky Peterson Jr. And to the outside from Sand Springs, Oklahoma, the Michael Dutcher Motorsports Lifestyle Homes, Big Rig Repair Service of Indiana, Avanti Windows and Doors, Parallax Group 17 GP of Hank Davis. In the 7th spot from Benton Ridge, Ohio, the Ohio Logistics, DNC Hydraulics, Miller Customs, Finley Pallet W20 of Greg Wilson. Outside of row number 4 from Huntersville, North Carolina, the Level Utilities, Calico, Kaiser Sound Equipment, Limousine Limos. That's a 44 of Aiden Price. In the 9th spot from Mercer, Pennsylvania, the McCandless Ford of Mercer, Meadville. McCandless Trailer Sales, Priest Enterprises 29 of Logan McCandless. In the 10th spot from Sandusky, Ohio, the Kenworth of Cleveland, Fleet Financial Ohio Truck Sales, Real American Beer 15C of Chris Andrews. In the 11th spot from Worcester, Ohio, the ABR Farms, Victory Railway, Tim Hawkins Logging. That is the 16 of Danny Moomaw. To the outside from Bluffton, Ohio, the Control Design Solutions, Tire Slick Banshee Graphics 5T of Travis Philo. Lights will go out. Top 5 go on to tonight's A main. Correction, we will hold here. So now this time by, lights will go out. So 8 laps distance, top 5 to tonight's A main event. Every point matters. Passing points, 1 point per position gain, as well as finishing position. Top 8 in those points will line up for our level utilities dash. Top 2 in all-star points start nose to tail here on the inside row. Cale Thomas, Darren Nida will bring us to the green flag of Premier Planning Services heat race number 1. Cale Thomas leads into turn number 1 and 2. Here comes Caleb Henry to the inside. He'll get by Darren Nida. What a start for the 17 GP of Hank Davis. He got by Peterson. Now to the inside. He'll go. He'll throw a little slider there on Peterson. Cale Thomas leads lap number 1, followed by Caleb Henry. Henry now to the inside. Your top 2 in points make a little contact there for the top spot. Nida and Hank Davis swapping spots as Nida gets back to the second spot. Out front, it's all Cale Thomas and Caleb Henry. Darren Nida now. Here comes Ricky Peterson. Peterson closing in on the 17 GP of Hank Davis. Peterson holding on to that final transfer spot, now gets by as Davis goes to the inside. He'll throw a slider for the 4th spot. Hank Davis, Ricky Peterson Jr. going at it for 4th. Greg Wilson starting to close in on that final transfer spot. Up front, though, Cale Thomas, Caleb Henry sitting 1 and 2, followed by Darren Nida, Hank Davis, and Ricky Peterson Jr. Greg Wilson, Travis Philo starting to close in on that 5th and final spot as Philo goes to the inside, trying to get by Greg Wilson. Up front, still Cale Thomas as we are 5 laps into Premier Planning Services heat race number 1. Ricky Peterson Jr. trying to track back down the 17 GP of Hank Davis for the 4th spot. Darren Nida sole possession of 3rd, but up front, still Cale Thomas, Caleb Henry, showing why these two are in 1 and 2 in the point standings. Travis Philo goes around, keeps it going, will stay green. White flag will be in the air one more time around. Caleb Henry trying to throw a move on Cale Thomas as they go into turn number 1 and 2. Cale Thomas holds them off down the backstretch. They will go into turn number 3 and 4. And out of turn number 4, Cale Thomas will take home heat race number 1. Caleb Henry 2nd, Darren Nida 3rd, Hank Davis and Ricky Peterson Jr. to the show. Greg Wilson, Aiden Price, Danny Mubal, Logan McCandless, Chris Andrews, and Travis Philo will go to a B main. So taking home Premier Planning Services heat race number 1 in the 49X from Fairland, Indiana, that is Cale Thomas. Heat race number 2 about to head on the Speedway, brought to you by All Pro Cylinder Heads. The choice for premium aluminum cylinder heads for over 40 years now has the same unmatched quality in a 410 sprint car block. It doesn't get any better. Visit the website or call All Pro for more details on a block and cylinder head package for your team. Starting on the pole for heat race number 2 from Rising Sun, Ohio, in the Poet RC Concrete MRZ Brush TNT Ag 5. That is Cody Brewer. To the outside from Enon Valley, Pennsylvania, in the Shell Haas Landscape Construction, McFarland Lumber and Pallets, Bobby Clark Racing, Watkins Turf Care, Karski Security, Shopping Reduct 38. That is Leighton Wagner. Row number 2 on the inside from Findlay, Ohio, in the Road Out of Trucking, Triple X, Stinger Race Fuels, BK Trucking, 27H of Bryce Lucius. To the outside from Raymond, Washington, the Slingshot Transportation, CEI Crane and Rigging, Buckshot Racing, Baker's Mobile Home Transport, 45, the Daredevil, Devin Borden. Starting in the 5th spot from Indianapolis, Indiana, the Northwest Ohio Towing and Recovery, Sugar Street Bar and Grill, Schaefer's Oil, 97, that is Zach Hampton. To the outside from West Plano, Texas, in the Advanced Cast Stone Superior Tank and Trailer, Fremont Fence Company, Monkey Hustled LLC, 19 of TJ Michael. Row number 4 on the inside from Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, the Williams Steel Coating, Cody McDonald's Roofing, Bennick Enterprises, 01, that's the Steel City Outlaw of Tim Schaefer. To the outside from Hamilton, Ontario, in the Moxie Performance Advisors, Hummerville Parts, DJD Gear, and DJD Graphics. That's the 12DD of Darren Dryden. In the 9th spot from Beachville, Ontario, in the Glenn Stiers Racing, Ackland Insurance MLP Excavation. That is the 5C of DJ Christie. In the 10th spot from Holmesville, Ohio, the Simcox Grinding Steel, Amanda Lewis, Attorney at Law, BRS Bell HP Engines. That's the 81 of Race Jacobs. And rounding out the field from Polk, Ohio, in the 91X, that is Aaron Middall. So lights will go out next time by 8 laps the distance. Top 5 will go on to tonight's A main event. Leighton Wagner on the front row of this one, coming off a career best with the All-Stars. 3rd place at Sharon Speedway. Put on a great battle with the 10 of Dale Blaney, especially in lap traffic. Leighton looking to continue that great run. Bryce Lucius, last year's winner of the Duffy Smith Memorial here at Wayne County for Ohio Speedweek, looking to repeat. Devin Borden back in the 45. As we saw the speed, especially on the top side, that 45 has. Keep an eye on row number 3 of Zach Hampton, TJ Michael. Heat race number 2, green flag is out. Leighton Wagner will lead him into turn number 1 and 2. As Wagner gets up and into the wall, but what a run as he goes right back into a transfer spot. 3 wide, they will go into turn number 3 and 4. Leighton Wagner, just like that, he's back up to 3rd. Cody Brewer in the 2nd spot has company. Here comes Zach Hampton. 3 wide yet again. Zach Hampton, the 97, clips the inside berm there as he loses a spot to TJ Michael. Back to the inside will go Hampton as he goes and slides up in front. Contact between himself and Leighton Wagner. Wagner down to the inside yet again. TJ Michael right there as well. Battle goes on here as Zach Hampton holds the 3rd spot. Leighton Wagner holds on to 4th. TJ Michael the final spot. And here comes Bryce Lucius. Out in front, it's all Devin Borden, Cody Brewer, but the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th continues on as Tim Schaefer now on the hunt near the 27 of Bryce Lucius. TJ Michael holding on to the final transfer spot as Zach Hampton starts to give himself some breathing room between himself and Leighton Wagner, but here comes Lucius to the inside. He's bringing Tim Schaefer with. TJ Michael holding on to the final spot, but here comes Michael on the top side. Lucius going around the bottom side and making it work, slides up at the end. So a little slider line there for Bryce Lucius, trying to close in on TJ Michael for that final spot. Out front, though, it's all Devin Borden. Last time by it was 3-second gap. This time by, make it still a 3-second gap. Zach Hampton in the 3rd spot. Leighton Wagner, TJ Michael, still your top 5. So white flag is out for Devin Borden as Brewer still holds on. Hampton and Leighton Wagner right now still. Bryce Lucius still right there in striking distance of TJ Michael, but if he wants to do something, he's going to have to do it in the backstretch and into turn 3 and 4. Devin Borden going to win heat race number 2. Cody Brewer 2nd, Zach Hampton 3rd. Leighton Wagner holds on to 4th, and TJ Michael takes the final spot. So TJ Michael, Leighton Wagner, Zach Campton, and Cody Brewer are going to join your heat race winner, Devin Borden, in the A main here tonight, as a very entertaining heat race number 2 comes to a close. Heat race number 3 on deck now, brought to you by Adaptive One Caliper. Adaptive One brake calipers. Upgrade your braking system with Adaptive One brake calipers. These high-quality direct fit replacements feature an advanced E-coat technology for superior corrosion, resistance, and performance, ensuring safety and style with OE matched colors and easy installation. Starting on the pole from Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, the Weikert's Livestock, SpeedwayCars.com. Big Cove Whitetail Trophy hunts. That's the 48 of Double D, Danny Dietrich. And to the outside from Kokomo, Indiana, the Indy Race Parts, Garrett Racing Engines, 71. That's the law firm, Parker Price Miller. Row number 2 on the inside from Republic, Ohio, the Jeff Ward Demolition, Premier Planning Services, Elliott's Custom Trailers and Carts, Tony Elliott Foundation, 33W of Cap Henry. On the outside from Evans City, Pennsylvania, the Ravens Trailer, Rustler Sales and Services, Superior Tank and Trailer, Top Shelf Trucking, that's the 22 of Brandon Spithaller. Row number 3 on the inside from Caldwell, Ohio, the Pine Tree Towing and Recovery, Kempthorne Auto Campus, Kramer's Custom Steel Sheet Metal, that is Chris Myers. And to the outside from Struthers, Ohio, the JS Bova Excavating, Pro Quality Demo, Southeastern Equipment, Seneca Bob Sub Shop, 20B up. Adelaide, Australia, and the Kaiser Wheels, Slade Shocks, GW Racing, All-Star Supply Company, 5AU, Brock Hallett. To the outside from Castelia, Ohio, the Ernst Tire Recycling, Joyride Transportation, Premier Planning Services, 25R, that's Jordan Ryan. Starting in the 9th spot from Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin, in the BMRE Electric Carts, Kaiser Aluminum Wheels, Wisconsin Hot Cheese, 47, that is Todd King. To the outside from Ashland, Ohio, 89 Holmes, K&R Supply, Outlaw Logistics, 7DK of Dylan King, and will start 10th. In the 11th spot from Helena, Ohio, in the Gary Holland Pit Stop at Tiffin, Seamless Gutters, Story Equipment, 35. That's Stuart Brubaker. And to the outside from Lemoore, California, the Burmeister Trophy, Sunny Signs, NAPA, Bryan, Ohio, Kistler Engines. That is the 16X of Gage Garcia. So lights are out. Green flag is out here in heat race number 3. Danny Dietrich, Parker Price Miller into turn number 1 and 2. Parker Price Miller goes to the inside, but Dietrich can hold the race lead. Here comes Brandon Spithaller, and out of the inside gets by Cap Henry. Will go to the inside of Parker Price Miller. Slide up Cody Bova. turn 1 and 2. So Bova holds on to the final spot, but out front it's still Danny Dietrich, Brandon Spithaler, and Parker Price Miller, your top 3. Cap Henry starts 3rd spot, currently running 4th. Parker Price Miller still holding him off. Out front, Danny Dietrich over a 2nd gap over Brandon Spithaler. As the white flag in the air one more time around for the Gettysburg, Pennsylvania driver. Main event. Am I hooked in? Test 1, 2, there we go. So basket number 4, 058076. Basket number 5, 059216. Basket number 6, 059133. Basket number 7 is 058634. Basket number 8, 059044. Number 9 is 058847. Basket number 10, 058544, and basket number 11, 058146. If you are the winner of any of those baskets, go claim them at the table.
Test 1, 2, check 1, 2.
Fourth and final heat race coming up. Brought to you by Basil Race Fuels. Basil Race Fuels distributes racing fuels throughout Ohio, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia, West Virginia, Delaware, and Maryland. We can help you find a location to purchase the specific fuel you need. For more information, visit basilracefuels.com. Starting on the pole from Worcester, Ohio, in the Holmes Cheese Company, Smithfield Manufacturing, 3J, that is Trey Jacobs. To the outside from Strasburg, Ohio, the Red Malkut Incorporated, Sugar Creek Cartage, Macintosh Oil, 70 of Henry Malkut. From Plymouth, Indiana, the A to Z Mechanical, Global Link, Duff's Bar and Grill, Tony Elliott Foundation, Handy Graphics 14 of Zane DeVault will start in the 3rd spot to the outside. From Sunshine Coast, Queensland, Australia, the New Trend Homes, NAPA Rudisill Trucking 66 of Ryan Newton. In the 5th spot from Tiffin, Ohio, the Level Utilities, Fremont Auto Parts, Linder Speed Equipment, Limousine Limos. That's the 29Z of Howdy, Seth Sabo. In the 6th spot from Terre Haute, Indiana, the B&M, Sandblasting, Power Coating, Culver Wright Pools, Simpson Race Products, 37. That is Bryce Norris. In the 7th spot from Mount Gambier, South Australia, the Auto Care Mount Gambier, Callum Morrison Construction, Prestige Track Sales, AU55 of Parker Scott. To the outside from Allenton, Michigan, in the Crest Lincoln Ron Carquest Armada, Catch Fence 5E of Bobby Elliott. In the 9th spot from Mansfield, Ohio, in the All-American Roof Pro Station House Antiques, Horton Repair and Service, number 9 of Lance Heimberger. In the 10th spot from Caldwell, Ohio, in the Pine Tree Towing and Recovery, Valley View Cabins, number 1, that's Jamie Myers. And rounding out the field from Mount Vernon, Ohio, in the 89 Homes, K&R Supply, the shortstop, Schaefer's Oil, Behrman Racing Shocks 7-star, that is Tyler Street. So heat race number 4, final heat race, and then we will go down for the Islander Inn of Put-in-Bay Dice Roll, where the top 8 in points will find out what the invert is for tonight's level utility dash. After that dice roll, I'll hand it over to Mike for some Mod Light heat races before we come back with our dash and B main. And then we will get into tonight's 35-lap Duffy Smith Memorial A main event. Green flag is out here in heat race number 4. Jacobs going to lead him into turn number 1 and 2. A great start for Zane DeVault as he's up to the second spot. Malkit to the outside. Henry Malkit, a winner here last season with the All-Stars for his first career All-Star win. But out front, it is all Trey Jacobs. Jacobs leading the way over Zane DeVault. Here comes Parker Scott. Parker Scott there was in the final spot as now Zane DeVault, he's going to lose a lot of ground as he is off the pace. Bobby Elliott now goes around, so caution flag will wave. Zane DeVault is heading directly into the grit work area as problems on that 14 machine, so he'll pull into the grit work area and find out what is wrong with the 14 of Zane DeVault. 66 of Ryan Newton, a stop on the backstretch there. Officials checking on him. Bobby Elliott around in turn number 3 and 4. And Zane DeVault in the work area, so cars all over the place here. So now Ryan Newton heading into the grit work area as Cruz will get to work on that. So the crew getting to work on both of those cars. So Bobby Elliott looks to get pushed off and rejoin the field. So we'll see there as a tough night and a tough week continues for the 66 of Ryan Newton. There's a crew, it looks like, signaling for a push truck. So Ryan Newton looks to rejoin the field. And Zane DeVault climbing out of the car, so it looks like the 14's heat race is done. So a tough break for Zane DeVault, was running in a transfer spot and a great start for him. As now his heat race is done. Ryan Newton rejoins the field, but he'll have some work to do if he wants to lock in to tonight's A main event. As now, your running order will go Trey Jacobs, Henry Malkit, Seth Sabo, Parker Scott, Bryce Norris, your top 5 that will be restarting in transfer spots. And for Parker Scott, will be looking to make his first ever A main in the States here. His first ever appearance in the States was Friday night at Attica Raceway Park. So green flag back in the air. Great start again for Trey Jacobs. We'll go into turn number 1 and 2. Seth Sabo to the inside on Henry Malkit. Malkit to the outside, though. He'll take back the spot. Parker Scott holding off the 37 of Bryce Norris. As keep an eye, Bobby Elliott goes to the inside of Lance Heimberger. Not going to get by. Heimberger goes to the top side, and here comes Bobby Elliott now back to the inside. Up front, though, here comes Tyler Street. Tyler Street, problems for his car in qualifying and now closing in on a transfer spot. Norris goes up top, Street to the inside, into turn 1 and 2 they will go. Tyler Street holds the bottom side as Norris goes around the top now. Down the backstretch they will go into 3 and 4. Bobby Elliott trying to get by the 1 of Myers. Slider there by Street, he'll take that transfer spot away from Norris. Bobby Elliott to the inside. He'll get by Myers this time in turn 1 and 2. The 66 of Newton on the move as he's going to try the top side. Up front, though, it's all Trey Jacobs, Henry Malkett, and Zess Sabo, your top three. But behind them, Parker Scott holding on to the 4th spot, and then it's Tyler Street, Bryce Norris sitting in that 5th. Final spot is Street, Norris on the outside looking in while the white flag is out. Down the backstretch, they will go into turn 3 and 4, and taking home heat race number 4 will be the 3J of Trey Jacobs. Henry Malkett comes home in 2nd, Zess Sabo in 3rd, Parker Scott makes his first A main, and Tyler Street holds off Bryce Norris. So again, taking home your 4th and final heat race from Worcester, Ohio, the 3J of Trey Jacobs. Henry Malkett, Zess Sabo, Parker Scott, and Tyler Street will join him in tonight's A main. So coming up, the Islander Inn of Put-in-Bay dice roll. And what's your name?
Skylar.
And Skylar's going to roll our dice to find out the invert. Zero. So no invert. And don't forget, race fans, if you like the action here tonight, we return Saturday night to End Ohio Speedweek.
So once again, the basket winner numbers for the Ron Craver family. If you didn't hear them, we'll do them once again. For basket number 1, 058475. Second basket, 058354. Third basket, 058510. Fourth basket, 058076. Fifth basket, 059216. Sixth basket, 059133. Seventh basket, 058634. Eighth basket is 059044. Ninth basket, 058847. 10th basket, 058544. And the last one is 058146. If you have those ticket numbers, take it down to where they were selling the baskets to claim your winning basket. And thanks for all of you folks for entering and trying to win one of those baskets. And once again, all the proceeds go to the Ron Craver family. Change of plans here. We're going to run the C-Main for the All-Star Sprints. The Mod Lights will run feature only later on tonight. No heat races for the Mod Lights. So once again, I think they're still selling the 50-50 tickets. Watch for the people carrying the blue buckets around. And if you haven't got a 50-50 ticket, watch for them, as I'm sure they'll be getting ready to draw the winning ticket for your 50-50. Concession stand is open. Once again, don't forget coffee at the ice cream stand. And if you're hot, well, you got the root beer floats at the ice cream stand also. Beer stand open right behind the grandstands here. Wayne County Speedway t-shirts and hoodies available in the pit admission building, so check those out. And also die-cast with Sinks Garage set up in the trailer at the end of the grandstands, but down by turn 4. Once again, a big thanks to O'Reilly Auto Parts, our sponsor here at Wayne County Speedway for the season. O'Reilly Auto Parts in Orrville offers a wide range of automotive products and services. So located at 1456 North Main Street in downtown Orrville. Selling the 50-50 tickets right there behind the flag stand. Got the blue tickets she's waving, so if you're Want them? Wave her up there to you, and she'll give you as many 50-50 tickets as you want. Besides Saturday night, the All-Stars returning here to Wayne County Speedway. They'll be back on the 5th of September. That'll be the Saturday of Labor Day weekend for the Bob Cheney Memorial, with the modified super stocks and sport compacts on hand that night. And then the next night, they'll be right back for the Pete Jacobs Memorial with the modifieds and the super stocks on hand on the 6th of September. So that's Labor Day weekend, the 5th and the 6th. Saturday night show will be the Bob Cheney Memorial, and the Sunday night show will be the Pete Jacobs Memorial. So make sure you mark those down. Two big races with the All-Stars here at Wayne County Speedway on Labor Day weekend. And once again, the 27th of June, coming up at the end of the month, the Wayne County birthday race, 61 years here at Wayne County Speedway. We'll have a big fireworks. If you was here last year for the 60th anniversary show, it was a great fireworks show, and much more of that coming up on the 27th of June. Saturday night, that will be Turf Wars with the Wayne County Speedway Fremont 410 Sprints, Super Late Models, Mods, Super Stocks, and the Sport Compacts on hand for the 27th of June. July 4th, we'll have Independence Day, a regular night of racing, which has been rare so far this season here at Wayne County Speedway. We'll have the 410 Sprints, the Super Late Models, Mods, Super Stocks, and the Sport Compacts on the 4th of July. And then the 12th of July, that's a Sunday, the Don and Hans Gross Memorial Summer Nationals Hill Tour, which just started up this week. They're running 34 races in 35 nights. We'll also have the modifieds on hand, along with the super stocks and sport compacts on the 12th of July. That, once again, is a Sunday show.
So coming up next will be the Computer Man, C. Main. Again, to all those viewers watching on FloRacing 24/7, thank you for tuning in. For even more racing action, stream FloRacing anytime in the Flo Sports app. Your computer man, C. Main, starting on the pole from Mercer, Pennsylvania, the McCandless Ford Mercer Meadville. McCandless Trailer Sales, Priest Enterprises, High Performance Lubricants 29 of Logan McCandless. To the outside from Castillo, Ohio, in the Ernst Tire Recycling, Joyride Transportation, Premier Planning Services 25R, that is Jordan Ryan. Number 2 on the inside from Lemoore, California, the Burmeister Trophy, Sunny Signs, NAPA, Bryan, Ohio, Kistler Engines, that is the 16X of Gage Garcia. To the outside from Beachville, Ontario, in the Glen Stires Racing, Ackland Insurance, LMP Excavations, that is the 5C of DJ Christie. Starting in the 5th spot from Worcester, Ohio, in the ABR Farms, Victory Railway, Tim Hawkins Logging, that is the 16 of Danny Mumaw. To the outside from Caldwell, Ohio, the Pine Tree Towing and Recovery, Valley View Cabins, 1 of Jamie Myers. In the 7th spot from Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin, the BMRE Carts, Kaiser Aluminum Wheels, Wisconsin Hot Cheese, that is Todd King. In the 8th spot from Mansfield, Ohio, in the All-American Roof Pros, Station House Antiques, Horton Repair and Service, that is the 9 of Lance Heimberger. In the 9th spot from Sandusky, Ohio, the Kenworth of Cleveland, Fleet Financial, Ohio Truck Sales, that is Chris Andrews in the 15C, he'll start 9th. 10th spot from Holmesville, Ohio, the Simcox Grinding Steel, Amanda Lewis Attorney at Law, BRS 81 of Race Jacobs. 7DK of Dylan Kingan in the from Ashland, Ohio, in the 89 Homes K&R Supply Outlaw Logistics entry, he'll start 11th. 12th spot from Polk, Ohio, that is Aaron Middall in the 91X. Scheduled to start 13th from Bluffton, Ohio, in the Control Design Solutions, Tire Slick, Banshee Graphics 5T, that's Travis Philo. And rounding out the field from Helena, Ohio, the Gary Holland Pit Stop of Tiffin, Seamless Gutters 35, that is Stuart Brubaker. So top 4 will go on to the Tubbo Towels B main, as we'll have the Level Utilities Dash coming up right after this Computer Man C main, Tubbo Towels B main, and then we'll get ready for 35 laps around Wayne County Speedway for night number 3 of the Precision. The Overwatch Precision Ohio Speedweek, presented by Kistler Racing Engines. So Travis Philo scratched for tonight. Aaron Middall was leaking fluids in the pit, so he is done for the night. Stuart Brubaker, a scratch as well. Update from the pits. Isaac Greer, Zane DeVault lost power in that heat race. So we'll see if Zane and them can get that problem fixed before the Tubbo Towels B main coming up in just a little bit. So we'll get ready for this Computer Man C main. Top 4 will go on to tag the tail of that Tubbo Towels B main. Bauman Auto Group pace truck pulling in as we get ready to go green flag racing here in this Computer Man C. McCandless and Jordan Ryan on the front row of this one. Green flag is out. Great start for McCandless as there comes Gage Garcia to the inside. Battle for the race lead right into turn 1 and 2. Gage Garcia started on the inside of row number 2 and now already battling for the race lead. DJ Christie now to the inside of Jordan Ryan. Jordan Ryan now on the outside here. He'll hold that 4th spot. So Jordan Ryan on that final spot, the bubble seat, as Lance Heimberger closing in. Logan McCandless, though, leading the way over Gage Garcia. DJ Christie, Jordan Ryan, that's your top four. It's Lance Heimberger, the first one out. Race Jacobs now makes a move as he's up to the 6th spot. Chris Andrews off the pace heading into turn 3 and 4. Major problems for Chris Andrews, and he'll take it pit side. Up front, though, Logan McCandless in charge of this one, followed by Gage Garcia, DJ Christie, and Jordan Ryan. Lance Heimberger, that 9 car, still closing in, but starting to run low on laps. Half sticks in the air for McCandless. Jordan Ryan, last time by, still a second gap between him and Lance Heimberger. But up front, DJ Christie now starting to close in on Gage Garcia. So McCandless leading this one, Gage Garcia, DJ Christie, Jordan Ryan holding on to the final transfer spot as Ryan there got up, almost hitting the wall in turn 1 and 2. Since the drop of the flag, though, it's been all Logan McCandless. Gage Garcia holding DJ Christie at bay. Jordan Ryan now went a little bit lower in turn 1 and 2. Race Jacobs now closing in on Lance Heimberger. Not for a transfer spot, but the best battle on the racetrack is here comes Jacobs to the inside. Race Jacobs, Lance Heimberger. Give the spot to the 81 of Race Jacobs. White flag in the air, and Race Jacobs is going to have a lot of work to do in a 1-lap distance. Out front, though, it is all Logan McCandless, Gage Garcia, DJ Christie. And out of turn number 4, Logan McCandless is going to take home your computer man, C main. Gage Garcia comes home in 2nd, DJ Christie comes home 3rd, and Jordan Ryan holds the final transfer spot. Race Jacobs, Lance Heimberger, Jamie Myers, Chris Andrews, Danny Mumal, Todd King, top 10. But Logan McCandless is going to win the Computer Man C main, Gage Garcia, DJ Christie, and Jordan Ryan will go to the Tubbo Towels B main. As you see there, the right front of Gage Garcia. He comes to a stop on the backstretch. So Gage Garcia going to have to get that car back in the pit area and back to work, because he has a Tubbo Towels B main coming up. But before that, we have the Level Utilities Dash. And starting on the pole from Raymond, Washington, and the Slingshot Transportation, CEI Crane and Rigging, Buckshot Racing, Baker's Mobile Home Transport, Momentum Racing and Suspension, that's the 45, the Daredevil of Devin Borden. From Sacramento, California, the Triple J Towing, Berkshire Financial, All-Star Performance, Valvoline, FK Roddens, Behrman Racing, Shocks 101 of Caleb Henry. Starting in 3rd spot from Evans City, Pennsylvania, the Ravens Trailer, Rustler Sales and Services, Superior Tank and Trailer, 22, that's Brandon Spithauler. To the outside from Fairland, Indiana, the Rudzik Excavating, Centerline Boring, Smith Titanium AL Driveline, 49X, Cale Thomas. Starting 5th from Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, the Weikert's Livestock, SpeedwayCars.com, Big Cove, Whitetail Trophy Hunts, 48. That is Double D, Danny Dietrich. In the 6th spot from Worcester, Ohio, in the Holmes Cheese Company, Smithville Manufacturing, Burgett Insurance, 3J of Trey Jacobs. In the 7th spot from Strasburg, Ohio, in the Red Malkit Incorporated, Sugar Creek Cartage, Macintosh Oil, Malkit Racing Engine, 70, that is Henry Malkit. And rounding out the field from Adrian, Michigan, in the Ed Newmeister Racing, Cherry's Propane, Cherry's Outdoor World, LM Properties, Poor Racing, Level Utilities, 11N, that is Darren Nida. That is your 8-car field for this Level Utilities Dash. off the Speedway. 6 laps to find out who starts on the pole for tonight's Duffy Smith Memorial. Devin Borden, Caleb Henry. Green flag is out in your level utilities dash. Devin Borden goes right to the top side. Caleb Henry ducks underneath him and takes the race lead in turn 1 and 2. Devin Borden back to the inside. He'll take the race lead. Caleb Henry gonna go to the bottom. He'll slide up in front. Devin Borden retakes the lead. Borden and Henry. Cale Thomas and Spithaler. Darren Nida and Danny Dietrich battles throughout the race field. Devin Borden throws a slider on Caleb Henry for the race lead. Spithaler throws one on Thomas. Caleb Henry to the bottom side. Now he'll try and slide up. Borden ducks underneath. Takes back the race lead heading into 3 and 4. Devin Borden, Caleb Henry, and Cale Thomas. 3 cars in on the All-Star points battle going at it for your top 3 spots. Borden now slides in front of Caleb Henry. Henry gets the run down the backstretch. Borden contact. Caleb Henry goes to the bottom side. Now has to close back in on Devin Borden. Into turn 1 and 2, here comes Cale Thomas closing in on this battle for the race lead. Devin Borden holds on to the race lead. White flag in the air this time by Devin Borden, Caleb Henry, Cale Thomas, Brandon Spithaler, your top 4. Down the backstretch, they will go into turn number 3 and 4. And taking home the level utilities dash will be the 45 of Devin Borden. Caleb Henry second, Cale Thomas, Brandon Spithaler, Darren Nida, Danny Dietrich, Trey Jacobs, and Henry Malkit. But taking home your level utilities dash and starting on the pole for tonight's Duffy Smith Memorial from Raymond, Washington, it's the Daredevil, Devin Borden.
These basket numbers have yet to be claimed, so if you're holding these ticket with this number on it, there's 3 of them that has not been claimed. Take them down by the concession stand to claim your basket. One is 058510. 058510. That's the basket tickets. Second one is 058847. 058847. And the third one that's not claimed, 058544.
Next up, the Tubbo Towels B Main. Drivers starting of the week were gifted a complimentary Tubbo Towels from our B Main sponsor, Tubbo Towels. So a huge thank you to Tubbo Towels helping these drivers clean off these race cars and making them look sharp for every race. Starting on the pole from Findlay, Ohio in the Rodata Trucking, Triple X, Stinger Race Fuels, BK Trucking, 27H, that is Bryce Lucius. To the outside from Sunshine Coast, Queensland, Australia, the New Trend Homes, NAPA, Rudis Hill Trucking 66. That is Ryan Newton. Starting at 3rd spot from Benton Ridge, Ohio, the Ohio Logistics, DNC Hydraulics, Miller Customs, Finley Pallet, W20. That is Greg Wilson. To the outside from Caldwell, Ohio, the Pine Tree Towing and Recovery, Kemp Thorne Auto Campus, Kramer's Customs Sheet Metal. That is the 38K of Chris Myers. From Terre Haute, Indiana, the B&M, Sandblasting and Powder Coating, Culver Wright's Pole, Simpson Racing Products 37, Bryce Norris, he'll start 5th. To the outside, from Adelaide, Australia, in the Kaiser Wheels, Slade Shocks, GW Racing, All-Star Supply, that is the 5AU of Brock Hallett. Row number 4 on the inside from Huntersville, North Carolina, the Love Utilities, Kelly Go, Kaiser Sound Company, Limousine Limos 44, that's Aiden Price. And to the outside, from Hamilton, Ontario, the Moxie Performance Advisors, Hummersville Parts, DJD Gear, DJD Graphics, the 12DD, that is Darren Dryden. Starting the 9th spot from Allenton, Michigan, the Crest Lincoln Ron Carquest Armada, catch fenced 5E, Bobby Elliott. In the 10th spot from Plymouth, Indiana, the A to Z Mechanical, Global Link, Duff's Bar and Grill, Tony Elliott Foundation, Handy Graphics 14, Zane DeVolt. In the 11th spot from Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, the Williams Steel Coating, Cody McDonald's Roofing, Benix Enterprise 01 of Tim Schaefer. Starting at 12th spot from Medina, Ohio, Tanner Tecco and the Chuck's Custom Truck and Trailer, Amsoil, Albright Security Center 8T. Starting in the 13th spot from Mercer, Pennsylvania, the McCandless Ford of Mercer Meadville, McCandless Trailers, Sales Priest Enterprises, High Performance Lubricants 29. He won your Computer Man C main. That's Logan McCandless. To the outside from Lemoore, California, the Burmeister Trophy, Sunny Science, NAPA of Bryan, Ohio, Kistler Engines 16X. That's Gage Garcia. In the 15th spot from Beachville, Ontario, Glen Steyer Racing, Ackland Insurance, LMP Excavation, TRS 5C of DJ Christie. And then the 16th spot from Castillo, Ohio, in the Ernst Tire Recycling, Joyride Transportation, Premier Planning Services 25R of Jordan Ryan. Will go out. Top 4 will go on to tonight's A main event. The rest of them will pack it up and head to Eldora tomorrow night. Bryce Lucius, last year's winner here. Ryan Newton starting on the outside here. Bryce Lucius, last year's winner. Top 4 going to tonight's A main. 12 laps the distance to Botel's B main. Green flag is out. Goes to the inside on Bryce Lucius, but Lucius with a great run out of turn number 1 and 2 from the 37 of Bryce Norris. Slider for the third spot of Allen up the third 5AU, trying to make it 3 Aussies in the show. Greg Wilson, Hayden Price, 12 DD of Derek Ryden. Outside looking in, made the whole as Lucius trying to hold off. So it's Lucius and Ryan Newton. As there, Brock Hallett hops a wheelie into turn number 1 and 2. He'll go as Gage Garcia pulls off the racetrack. So it's Bryce Lucius now who's smoking Ryan Newton, followed by Brock Hallett. Brock Hallett bouncing in turn number 3 and 4, and battle now behind them as Chris Myers trying to hold off young Aiden Price. Aiden Price tries to go to the inside of Myers. Keep an eye on the 12 DD of Darren Dryden. Price tries to make a slider attempt on the 38K of Myers. Up front, it's still Bryce Lucius and Newton. Brock Hallett in third. But that battle for the 4th and final spot. Aiden Price, the 44 from Huntersville, North Carolina, trying to punch his ticket to the A main here tonight, but has to get by the 38K of Chris Myers. 6 down, 6 to go, and Price still not going away from Chris Myers. Price now going to go to the top side here, trying to close in, and does on Myers yet again. Now he'll go to the inside. Aiden Price going to slide up and take over that final transfer. Myers back to the inside. He'll get right by the 44. Price goes back to the inside into turn 3 and 4. Hops up on. A little rut there. Hops it for Aiden Price. And now contact between the two. Aiden Price and Myers upside down. Chris Myers upside down, Aiden Price, and Zane DeVault on the infield pole.
Understand there was 3 people that got hit. They all are conscious and talking. Understand the 3 baskets have not been claimed yet. They are at the pit sign-in booth. Ticket 058510, 058847, and 058544. 058544. Those are those baskets that have not been claimed yet, and they are at the ticket pit sign-in booth. once again, you folks up against the fence here that's standing by the fence, we need you to go back to your seats because Life Flight is coming in. And they'll be landing into the infield. So for your safety, please go back to your seats. For you folks that might be heading out to your cars, please stay in your cars. Do not move. We do have ambulances in and out trying to leave, so please don't block their way. Just wait till they get out. We'll give you the okay. Just stay in your cars and please don't move. The races will continue on as soon as we get everything cleared out in the infield. Eric, come to the tower. We're going to put everybody on the 8-minute horn to get ready to come back to racing. We will finish the B, and then we'll take about a 10-minute break to get the feature out here. The Mod Lights will not race tonight. They kind of drew pills back there for their finishes. And we had 3 people get hurt. 2 of them leg contusions, and another one had was smacked up a little bit, but all 3 of them was conscious and alert and talking, so that's good news. And we'll turn it over to Eric Ruth for a moment of prayer.
Let's all bow our heads and offer a word of prayer for those 3 people who were hit. Heavenly Father, we come before you thanking you that those 3 people that were hit and injured, that they're conscious and that they're going to be in good hands with the medical personnel. Lord, we thank you so much for those emergency personnel that we so desperately need in times like these. And I thank you for the men and women who serve and who are here to watch over and protect. Lord, we love you. We thank you because we know that ultimately every single life here is in your hands. And I pray that you would rest your hands upon those who were injured, that you will comfort them, that you will heal them quickly, and that you'll bring them back, Lord. And we thank you for your grace in this matter. We love you and praise you in Jesus' name as you oversee this whole evening. In Jesus' name, amen.
Well, while it's quiet, we'll do our 50-50. $1,021 for the 50-50. And it is red ticket 559056. Red ticket 559056. If you have that red ticket, bring it up to the tower on the north side and claim your money. $1,021, red ticket 559056.
So 8 laps in the book here for this Tubbo Towels B main. As we get ready to go back racing. Top 4 again will transfer out of this B main into tonight's A main event. Bryce Lucius is your race leader. Ryan Newton, Brock Hallett. It'll go Darren Dryden. Will restart in that transfer spot. Tanner Tecco will restart in the 5th spot. So we'll get this B main field lined up, and we will get ready to go back racing. 8 in the books of this 12-lap B main event. Bryce Lucius, Ryan Newton, Brock Hallett, and Darren Dryden will start in those transfer spots when we go back to the green flag.
27, 66, 5.
So it'll be Lucius, Newton, Hallett, Dryden, Tecco, the 5C of DJ Christie, the 29 of Logan McCandless, the 5E of Bobby Elliott, and the 25R of Jordan Ryan. That will be the field coming back to the green flag when we go back racing. Again, top 4 go to the A main. So lights will go out. And we will head back to racing here at Wayne County for night number 3 of the Overwatch Precision Ohio Speedweek presented by Kistler Racing Engines with the NAPA Auto Parts All-Star Circuit of Champions presented by Valvoline. Green flag back out here in your Tubbo Towels B main. Bryce Lucius is going to lead him into turn number 1 and 2. As Ryan Newton goes to the inside, trying to get by Bryce Lucius. Brock Hallett still holds on to the 3rd spot. Dryden now in the transfer spot. He'll try and go to the inside as Brock Hallett holds off and goes after Ryan Newton. So Ryan Newton, Brock Hallett, 2 Australians going at it for that 2nd spot. Brock Hallett has it out of turn number 2. 2 laps to go. Bryce Lucius leading the way. Brock Hallett and Ryan Newton 2nd and 3rd. And now DJ Christie. As red flag is out. Car upside down. And that's a 12 of Dryden. Darren Dryden on his side in turn number 3 and 4. So the 12 of Dryden communicating with officials. As he will go on the hook. For those watching on Flow, popped a wheelie in turn 3 and 4 and ends up on his side. So Dryden will go on the hook. So we have 2 laps to go in this Tubbo Tau B main. So it'll be Bryce Lucius, Brock Hallett, Ryan Newton, and DJ Christie now your 4 cars in transfer spots. While Logan McCandless will restart in the 5th spot, and he's looking to go from the C to the B to the A if he can get past 1 more car. So we'll get the field line back up as we get ready to go back racing. And right after this, these drivers will go right back to their pit area. 8-minute horn will sound, and we will get right back to it with our 35-lap A main event. Lights will go out. 10 in, 2 to go here in your Tubbo Tau's B main. Green flag back out here in your Tubbo Tau's B main. Bryce Lucius is going to lead him into turn number 1 and 2. Here comes Brock Hallett, tries to make a move on Bryce Lucius for your race lead. It's DJ Christie there trying to make a shot for Ryan Newton. Here comes Logan McCandless. McCandless trying to make it from the C to the A tonight. He's going to the inside of Christie. DJ Christie, Logan McCandless for your final transfer spot. McCandless on the bottom. Christie bobbles, opens the door. There goes Logan McCandless. Checkered flag is out. Bryce Lucius is going to win. Brock Hallett, Ryan Newton, and Logan McCandless makes the pass in turn 3 and 4 to hold off DJ Christie for that final transfer spot. So taking home your Tubbo Towels B main will be the 27H of Bryce Lucius, Brock Hallett, Ryan Newton, and Logan McCandless from the C to the B, and now to the A main here tonight will be your final transfer spot. DJ Christie, Bobby Elliott, Tanner Tecco, Drake Dryden, Jordan Ryan will pack it up and head to Eldora tomorrow night for night number 4 of the Overwatch Precision Ohio Speed Week presented by Kistler Racing Engines.
Our 50-50 was claimed. We thank each and every one of you for playing, and better luck to you and me on Saturday night.
So the 8-minute horn has sounded, which means we are 8 minutes away from our 35-lap A main event here at Wayne County Speedway. So cars starting to hit the speedway here as we get ready for tonight's A main event. And to all of our viewers watching on FloRacing 24/7, thanks for tuning in for even more racing action. Stream FloRacing anytime in the Flo Sports app.
Nissan Murano, license plate JTW 8117. Go to your car immediately. A white Nissan Murano, license plate JTW 8117. Go to your car immediately.
Ladies and gentlemen, the drivers have assembled in the 4 wide to salute you, the fans, for coming out here tonight. In 1970, the All-Star Circuit of Champions were born. It is the longest touring wing sprint car series and the only Circuit of Champions. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the NAPA Auto Parts All-Star Circuit of Champions presented by Valvoline. Lights will go out. 35 laps the distance. Could we have a first-time winner this season? Starting on the front row, Devin Borden looking for his second career All-Star win. Caleb Henry looking to extend his points lead. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's about to go down because it's time to throw down here at the Duffy Smith Memorial. It is your A-Main showdown. Green flag is out. Devin Borden going to lead him into turn number 1 and 2. Caleb Henry goes right to the inside. He'll slide up in turn 1 and 2. Borden ducks underneath. Devin Borden with a great run into turn 3 and 4. Caleb Henry back to the inside, side by side. But Devin Borden's going to lead lap number 1. Cale Thomas now gets passed by Brandon Spithaler. Spithaler now to the inside on Caleb Henry. Henry going to hold on to the second spot. Cale Thomas now closing back in on Spithaler into turn number 3 and 4. Cale Thomas holds the bottom side and will take back the third spot. Behind them, Danny Dietrich closing in as Leighton Wagner stopped on the backstretch, bringing out a caution here. So a tough start for Leighton Wagner, who's coming off his career best at his first ever podium with the All-Stars at Sharon Speedway. Came into tonight 10th in points for Ohio Speedweek and comes to a stop on the backstretch. The opening 2 laps, there was battles already for the race lead between Devin Borden, Caleb Henry, Cale Thomas, Brandon Spithaler swapping spots back and forth. Darren Nida and Danny Dietrich were going at it as well. Leighton Wagner now in the Grit work area. Grit Nicotine Pouch is sponsor of the Grit work area. So work begins on the 38 of Leighton Wagner. Is all hands on deck. See Joe Bova in there as well. Father of the 20B, Cody Bova. Crew members for Logan McCandless also in there helping out the 38 crew, trying to get Leighton Wagner back on the racetrack. So Leighton Wagner gets pushed back off. We'll rejoin the field, and then we will get this field line back up and ready to go back racing here. 2 laps in the book of this 35-lap A-Main. Lights will go out here. So we'll go back racing as the Bowman Auto Group pace truck pulls into the infield. Devin Borden is in control of this one. He showed great speed out of turn number 2 on the initial start, which gave him back the race lead after Caleb Henry made a great move for it. Cale Thomas, Brandon Spithaler, we're going at it for that third spot. Green flag back in the air. Cale Thomas now going to go to the inside. We're 3 wide for the race lead. Cale Thomas gets crossed up as he's going to lose some ground. Darren Knight and Brandon Spithaler, they're going at it for that 4th spot. Knight to the inside, Spithaler up top. The 11N of Darren Knight going to try and get by Spithaler, but Brandon Spithaler holds on to 4th. Up front, it's still Devin Borden over Caleb Henry. Brandon Spithaler now to the outside, gets by Darren Knight. Here comes Danny Dietrich, shot out of a cannon in turn 1 and 2 on the attack of the 11N. Danny Dietrich looking for a great run here tonight. Cap Henry, though, goes to the inside on Danny Dietrich. 2 drivers that battled for the points championship in Ohio Speedweek last year. Both a tough start to start the weekend, and now they're battling for a top 5 spot with Darren Knight. Danny Dietrich goes to the inside now on Knight for 5th. He won't hold him off as Knight gets the run on the top side. Lap traffic on the horizon for Devin Borden, the 47 of Todd King, the first one in his sights. Caleb Henry closing in as Henry goes to the inside, trying to get by, but still Devin Borden on the top side. Dietrich still can't get by Darren Knight, but now Caleb Henry closing in on your race leader as Devin Borden can't get by Logan McCandless. Here comes Caleb Henry to the inside. Slide job for the race lead. Borden back underneath. Devin Borden, Caleb Henry, side by side in turn number 3 and 4. Borden on the bottom, but now it'll be Caleb Henry. So Caleb Henry going to lead lap number 8. Cale Thomas still in the 3rd spot, but up front now. Devin Borden tries to get by McCandless and will. Brandon Spithaler closing in on the 49X as Borden bobbles in turn number 3 and 4. Devin Borden loses valuable ground on the race leader of Caleb Henry. Henry puts 3 lap cars between himself and Devin Borden. Brandon Spithaler now starting his approach on the 45 of Borden. All drivers in your top 4 had all-star wins last year. Caleb Henry with the most out of the 4, and he was the points champion for it. Devin Borden a winner at State Line. Brandon Spithaler, Cale Thomas, winners at Mercer Speedway. Caleb Henry dicing his way through lap traffic as more lap cars between himself and Devin Borden. Brandon Spithaler holding on to the 3rd spot, as now Darren Knight closing in on the 49X of Cale Thomas. Borden can't get by as Leighton Wagner and Bova are battling it out for position here. 2 drivers battling for all-star points as well. Brandon Spithaler almost off the racetrack on the backstretch as he closes in on the 45, but here comes Cale Thomas closing in as well. Up front, Caleb Henry has problems for the 101. Caleb Henry off the pace. Caution flag will come out. Flat tire on the 101. A slashed left rear on the 101 of Caleb Henry. Caleb Henry, who was out 2.5 seconds in front of the field, now is in the grit work area with a flat left rear. Caleb Henry, the 101, who has been looking to shake off the bad luck he's had at Wayne County. And while he's leading the race 11 laps in, slashes of left rear tire and is in the grit work area. Cale Thomas off the pace now, and we'll see where Cale Thomas is heading. So it looks like debris in turn 1 and 2 has been found.
45, 22, 49, 11.
So push truck on the way as Caleb Henry will rejoin the field. And we'll see what's up with the 49X of Cale Thomas. As in turn 1 and 2, Caleb Henry caught something, and it absolutely shredded his left rear. So now your running order, Devin Borden retakes the lead. Brandon Spithaler, Cale Thomas, Darren Nida, Danny Dietrich, now your top 5. So now with this one, Zeth Sabo, who came into tonight with the Ohio Speedweek points lead, will be restarting in the 10th spot. As the Ballman Auto Group pace truck pulls in, we'll get ready to go back racing. Devin Borden will bring us back to the All-Star Performance start cone. Green flag back in the air. Cale Thomas goes right back on the attack of Brandon Spithaler. Spithaler up top, gets a great run as Darren Nida holds off Danny Dietrich, and Cap Henry capitalizes as he goes to the inside of the 48. Borden gonna lead this one as there goes Cale Thomas back to the inside. Still can't get by the 22 of Spithaler. Cap Henry tried to get by the 11 end of Darren Nida, but could not as well. Up front, though, the 45 leads this one over Brandon Spithaler and the 49X of Cale Thomas. Parker Price Miller battling it out with Ricky Peterson Jr. behind them. Zeth Sabo has Zach Campton on his case. And don't look now, also behind that, Brock Hallett on the move. The 5AU and the 27H. From that B main, Brock Hallett trying to get by Zach Campton. Caleb Henry on the move to join the fray as well. Up front, it's all Devin Borden and Brandon Spithaler. But battles throughout the field as Zach Campton still holding off Brock Hallett, Caleb Henry and Bryce Lucius going at it, and Caleb Henry going to go 3 wide back there. Caleb Henry gets by Lucius, gets by Brock Hallett, now on the attack of Zach Campton. Darren Nida now going to go on the attack of Cale Thomas. Thomas holding on to the 3rd spot. Here comes Nida to the inside. Slide job by Darren Nida. Cale Thomas back to the inside. Side by side. Cale Thomas still has him. Devin Borden, Brandon Spithaler. It's been all them since the restart. Lap traffic is in the way, though, of Devin Borden, as now here comes Thomas. Here comes Nida. Both closing in on this race lead. Devin Borden can't get by, and here comes Spithaler. Spithaler gets a good run down the backstretch. Into turn 3 and 4, though, both go to the top side. Cale Thomas goes to the middle, runs a little bit of a slider line in turn 3 and 4. Up front, Borden trying to get by the 66 of Zach Newton. Newton gonna go to the infield, and he'll be off. But up front, Devin Borden, Brandon Spithaler, Cale Thomas, Darren Nida, and Cap Henry. Up front, Borden still holding off Brandon Spithaler as Nida goes to the inside here on Thomas. Slider for that 3rd spot. He bobbles car in the fence hard. Logan McCandless, Devin Borden involved. As Logan McCandless going over and having words with Devin Borden. Logan McCandless not happy with the 45. Logan McCandless still having words with Devin Borden. Devin Borden out of the car, looking over his car now.
29 McCandless.
As for those watching on Flow, here comes a replay. Devin Borden just sends it in on turn 3 and 4 and absolutely collects Logan McCandless. And McCandless went for a ride. So Devin Borden back in the car, so it looks like they might be heading to the grit work area.
No time. We're past halfway.
And if you're looking on Flow, you can see Logan McCandless' car is mangled on the front. So cars will get pushed back off, and we will get ready to go back racing 22 laps into this A main event. we come back to the green, Brandon Spithaler will be the race leader. Ricky Peterson Jr. up 9 spots. When we come back to the green, actually up 10 spots. He'll restart 7th. Bryce Lucius up 9. Brock Hallett up 9. So good runs through the field. On top of that, Caleb Henry already back up to 8th. So the 101 of Caleb Henry, flat left rear, while leading this race, had to go to the back of the field, and now will restart in the 8th spot with only 22 laps in the book, 13 laps to go. Can Caleb Henry possibly recover from that flat tire and get a top 5? So again, Devin Borden, 1 career win as he is restarted. Brandon Spithaler, 1 career win at Mercer. Cale Thomas has 2 career wins here at Wayne County. Darren Nida still looking for his first All-Star win. Cap Henry has 13. And Dan Dietrich, who will restart in the 5th spot, finished 2nd at Williams Grove and has 21 career wins with the All-Stars. So the only driver in the top 5 looking for their first career All-Star win is the 11N of Darren Nida, who had a chance last year when he ran full-time in the family car at Latrobe Speedway, as well as at Paragon Speedway, where he set the track record last season. Darren Nida in the Ed Neumeister-owned 11N now. Last year ran by Casey Jedrzejek, who won an All-Star race at this very racetrack. So Brandon Spithaler, Cale Thomas, those are your top 2. We'll come back to the All-Star Performance green flag. As Spithaler will lead him in turn 1 and 2. Cale Thomas right back on the attack as Cap Henry trying to go to the inside on Darren Nida. Ricky Peterson Jr. gets a great run as he goes to the inside. He'll throw a slider on Trey Jacobs. Problems, red flag is out again. Car upside down on the backstretch into turn 3. Brock Hallett upside down in turn 3. Brock Hallett will get put back up. So Brock Hallett out of the car, as well as Zach Hampton. So Brock Hallett, who was a winner last year. So Brock Hallett, a winner this year at the Butler Battlegrounds. Both cars will go on the hook. So we still have 13 laps to go in this A main event. So Brandon Spithauler, Cale Thomas, Darren Nida, Cap Henry, Danny Dietrich still your top 5. Trey Jacobs 6th, Ricky Peterson 7th, Caleb Henry 8th, Henry Malkett, and Seth Sabo your top 10. So 22 laps in, 13 still to go. So we'll get cars fired back off here, and we'll try this one again. Cars fire back off. We'll get these cars ready to go. Ricky Peterson Jr. looks to be the last one. It's Henry Malkett pulling off the Speedway. So now that puts Parker Price Miller in the top 10. So Parker Price Miller, who was 16 points behind Zeth Sabo, Danny Dietrich, who was 18 points behind Zeth Sabo, and Cap Henry, who was 30 points behind Zeth Sabo. All those drivers are now in the top 10. Parker Price Miller, the only driver behind Zeth Sabo, and that's only by one spot. So we could have another shakeup in the Ohio Speedweek points. And unless Zeth Sabo can go from 9th to 1st in the final 13 laps, we will have 3 different winners in the first 3 nights of Ohio Speedweek. Last year we had our first repeat winner in the first 2 nights as Bryce Lucius opened the opened Ohio Speedweek with 2 wins. Brandon Spithaler, Cale Thomas, Darren Nida, Cap Henry, Danny Dietrich, your top 5 as we get ready to come back to the green flag. 22 laps in the book, 13 laps to go. Green flag back in the air. Cale Thomas goes right on the attack on the bottom side. He'll try and slide up on Brandon Spithaler, and he'll take the race lead as they go down the backstretch. Here comes Darren Nida now. Nida to the inside. He'll try and throw a double slider. Cale Thomas to second. Darren Nida to the race lead. Darren Nida looking for his first career win, and that's the move as they almost go 4-1 for the race lead. Darren Nida, the move as Cale Thomas, problems for the 49X. Ricky Peterson Jr. goes in the back of Cale Thomas, bringing out the caution flag. So, problems for Cale Thomas. As a flat tire on Cale Thomas now. So the 49X with a flat right rear, and it's deja vu all over again for Cale Thomas. Last time Cale was here, running in the top 3, shreds a right rear. This time, flat right rear, while running in the 3rd spot and battling for the race lead. And for Cale Thomas, he came into tonight 15 points behind Caleb Henry. Coming into Speedweek, it was 1 point difference. Actually, they were tied and then 1 point difference. And it's like every time Cale gets a run and has a chance to take back the points lead from Caleb Henry, problems have struck the 49X and that Rudzik excavating crew. There's no guaranteed time, but if we do not complete a lap, Cale Thomas could rejoin the field. Darren Nida going to have to hold off Brandon Spithaler and Cap Henry now as we go back to the green flag. A great restart for Darren Nida. Cap Henry goes to the inside on Brandon Spithaler, not going to get by him. Danny Dietrich has to hold off as Trey Jacobs there makes a move for 4th. Darren Nida up front. Here comes Cap Henry again to the inside. Brandon Spithaler holds on to 2nd. Here comes the 101, Caleb Henry on the move as he is right there behind Ricky Peterson Jr. The 101 of Caleb Henry gets by Peterson. Now looking for a top 5 spot. He has to get by the 3J of Trey Jacobs. Nida up front, Spithaler, Cap Henry, Danny Dietrich is your top 4. As Trey Jacobs tries to go to the inside, there goes Caleb Henry around Trey Jacobs. So Caleb Henry into the top 5. 26 laps to go, under 10 laps to go in this one. 26 in the book for Darren Nida. Nida, 9 laps, this time by as caution flag waves. The 17 GP of Hank Davis comes to a stop on the front stretch. And don't look now. The driver who started on the front row of this one had a flat left rear. Caleb Henry is back up to the 5th spot. Hank Davis with a flat right rear. So flat right rear now on the 17 GP. And again, no guaranteed work time as we have 9 laps to go in this Duffy Smith Memorial A main event. Darren Nida just 9 laps away from his first career All-Star win. And if he could do it, we could have 2 first-time All-Star winners back-to-back. As here we go, open red, fuel stop coming with 9 laps to go. And two of the biggest threats when it comes to these open reds that make great adjustments because they know what to do. Cap Henry, Danny Dietrich, two just to come to an end. Andy Potter in the 101, we've seen what they can do. Bernie Stubgen in the 71 of Parker Price Miller. This list could go on and on of great crew chiefs and crew members that know what to do when this open red hits. And as you see, crews hitting the racetrack. And the great part about this one, it's on the front stretch, so you can watch and see what these crews do to their cars. So anything goes except for changing tires. And you see a lot of crews, besides filling up, checking tire pressures.
Oh, we were just wondering if they were allowed.
Cap Henry on the screen. Danny Dietrich's crew hard at work as well. Andy Potter and the 101 crew. 29 of Zess Sabo. So the first horn has sounded.
Of course, some of you fans out there, you see the one with the Danny Dietrich got the yardstick sticking in the gas can. What that does, they stick it down in the gas tank, and that actually tells them how many gallons of gas they got in the gas tank. Instead of a yardstick, it's a gallon to stick, kind of like a rain gauge, I guess you would say.
So crews tightening up wheel covers here. Looks like almost most of them are already headed off as 30 seconds left in this open red.
As soon as you blow the last horn, I'll start the line.
Hank Davis got that tire change with that open red time, so 17 GP will rejoin the field. Cody Bova getting pushed into the work area, and it looks like there's definitely a puddle of fluid down where Cody Bova's car was. So cars get pushed back off. 26 laps into this A main event. Darren Ida, just 9 laps away from his first career win, but he has to hold off. Brandon Spithaller, who got his first career win last year at Mercer. Cap Henry, who has 13 career All-Star wins. Danny Dietrich, who has 21 career All-Star wins. Caleb Henry has 4. On top of those 4 was also your points champion last year. Trey Jacobs looking for his first career All-Star win. Ricky Peterson Jr. as well. Zeth Sabo with his 1. Parker Price Miller had 3 last year. Bryce Lucius had 2 last year. That's how this top 10 is. So only 3 drivers out of the top 10 have not won an All-Star A main event, and that's the pole sitter and your drivers in 6th and 7th place. Everyone else in the top 10 has at least 1 All-Star win. When it comes to it, Danny Dietrich, Cap Henry, Parker Price Miller, and Bryce Lucius all have Ohio Speedweek All-Star wins. Cap Henry with a win this year with the All-Stars coming at Attica Raceway Park. Danny Dietrich's last All-Star win was the Dean Nittle Memorial at Atomic Speedway last year to cap off his Ohio Speedweek championship. So we'll get this field lined up and get ready to go back racing. So lights will go out. Nine more laps away. Crowning our Duffy Smith Memorial A main winner. The 20-year-old from Adrian, Michigan has his work cut out for him. Green flag is out. Darren Knight going to lead him in turn number 1 and 2. Cap Henry goes to the bottom side while Spithaler goes up top. Caleb Henry tried to make a move on Danny Dietrich as they go down the back chute into turn number 3 and 4. Darren Knight still holds on to this race lead, followed by Spithaler. Cap Henry tried to make a move on that second spot. Here comes Spithaler to the inside. He's not going to get by. Caleb Henry now to the inside. Dietrich holds him off. Brandon Spithaler now loses the second spot to Cap Henry. Here comes Danny Dietrich around the outside. He's not going to get by. Danny Dietrich trying to go to the inside now on Brandon Spithaler. Danny will slide up, still not get by for that third spot. Darren Knight starting to pull away from this one, but has Cap Henry in the second spot. Brandon Spithaler now closing in on Cap Henry. Caleb Henry goes to the inside on Danny Dietrich. Caleb Henry up to the 4th spot while Spithaler trying to go back after Cap Henry for second. Cap Henry holds Spithaler off at bay. 5 laps to go. Cap Henry, Brandon Spithaler battle for second. Danny Dietrich, Caleb Henry battle for 4th. Up front, Darren Knight trying to run away and hide with this one as Cap Henry slides up in front of Spithaler. Spithaler returns the favor in turn 1 and 2. Spithaler there, Rooster Tails out of turn number 2. Cap Henry back to the inside, side by side. Henry tries to slide up, not going to get by. So Brandon Spithaler still holds on. Here comes Caleb Henry now. Caleb Henry closing in on this one. Cap Henry. Seven Star pulls off. Cap Henry loses the third spot to Caleb Henry. Darren Nida still holding on to the race lead. It's Nida, Spithaler, and then the 101 of Caleb Henry. They're closing in on Darren Nida as they go into turn number 1 and 2. White flag in the air. Spithaler slides Nida. Down the backstretch they will go. Here comes Caleb Henry. Nida out into turn number 3 and 4. Caleb Henry going to go double slider, but out of turn number 4. Drag race to the line. Caleb Henry going to win this one. Caleb Henry goes from heartbreak to hero in one night. Darren Nida comes home second. Brandon Spithaler in third. What an absolute banger of a race. Caleb Henry, flat left rear, comes back to win it. Darren Nida second, Brandon Spithaler, Danny Dietrich, Cap Henry, your top 5. And Wayne County, did you enjoy that? Helmets off, he's out of the car. Caleb Henry wins at Wayne County. And he'll go up top. Who's your neck band? He'll be presented with the trophy.
On behalf of the Duffy Smith family, that was one heck of a run, man. Congratulations.
I ask you, will I see you on the front stretch and you've had bad luck after bad luck out to a 2-second lead and flat left rear, work your way through the field, drag race to the line, you win at Wayne County?
Yeah, I want to start this off with my heart's out to those people that got hurt here. We can't do it without you guys. I hope I put on a show, but at the end of the day, I really hope that they're okay. That's obviously a serious deal. So my prayers to them, and I'm dedicate this one to them guys and everybody else that was involved, family at home, sure, and them especially. But yeah, I normally hate this place, and I think my best finish here is maybe 17th or something like that. But I kind of had a little talk to myself this morning and said we're just going to go and hang this thing on the fence and hopefully put it up on the front row or the front stretch. Andy gave me a bad, fast race car. He made my life so easy tonight, and it was a lot like back home. You could just bury the curb and drive the shit out of it. So that was a ton of fun. I obviously wasn't planning on having to work that hard. I'm out of breath. I didn't even see the white flag. I just saw an opportunity to throw a bomb, and Well, I sent that thing down in there, so hopefully you only used half your seats because I sure did only use half mine.
And now, news broke. We're back here Saturday. You got to be happy and feel good because we're racing for $10,000 on Saturday.
Yeah, I was not looking forward to coming here. I think Sharon really helped just going and putting the car on the fence like that. And definitely was a confidence booster. Andy and I everybody else behind the scenes, Austin, Jim back home, my family back home, all of our sponsors. I'm obviously out of breath, but they're on the car. I'm winded. I had to work for that one. The fans for being here, and Spider and Zane, who's behind the camera, obviously. He doesn't get much screen time, but can't be out here without these guys. They just give me what I need to go fast, and when I do my job, it pays off. So I'm just glad to be on the front row, or the front stretch, like we talked about earlier.
Well, that is your winner, the 101 of Caleb Henry. Walk down here to our second and third place finishers. And you fought your butt off there, drag race to the line, but you got to admit this 11N put on a rocket ship of a race car, and second place isn't where you want to be, but after the start of this week, it has to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, we're leaps and bounds better than we started the week, right? And just super thankful for the opportunity that Ed's given me, you know. Super thankful that Mark Daly let me take the opportunity. I remember being at Chili Bowl and talking to him and telling him that hey, this opportunity might be coming up. I feel like I have to pursue it, and he was 100% supportive of me, so I'm super appreciative of that. But, yeah, just super thankful for Ed, super thankful for Kent, Jason, and John and all their hard work. They had me good. I don't know, like I felt like I was pacing good. I felt like I was running a good race, and I'm trekking the 45 down the back stretch, and like the lights shut off, and so I don't know what's going on, and I tried to stay in it and stay on the hammer and just tried to keep running my line, and obviously I just flat got beat, right? So, yeah, super thankful for all the great partners on this race car. Super thankful for everybody that came out tonight, all the fans. Super thankful for my mom and my dad for all their support, my girlfriend Carly for all her support. I remember sitting in her kitchen this morning and talking to her dad, and he said, if I run on the podium, he'll give me a couple $2 bills in consecutive order. So I'm going to be hitting him up on that. But just super thankful for Cherry's Outdoor World, Cherry's Propane, L&M Properties, Level Utilities, Poor Racing, Nagy Coatings, Heitmeyer Concrete, Rhino Racing, Southgate Lanes, Elite Wings, just all the great partners on this race car and everybody that keeps us going. Excited to come back here Saturday and excited for the rest of the week. You know, I feel like we've been building all year long, and Kent's got me really comfortable now, and yeah, just got to keep building off it, I guess.
Well, we'll let you get ready for Eldora tomorrow. We'll get a word with Brandon Spithaller. And every time I see you here, this car is a rocket ship, and tonight was no different. On the podium again. Not where you want to be, but again, it was a great race, great car.
Yeah, it was definitely, hopefully it was exciting for the fans. Thought I had it there. Well, I gave it away once on a restart, and then I thought I had something for Nida there at the end, and Caleb come out of nowhere, so that's impressive. But, I mean, can't do it without a great group of guys. Tom Berkey, Brian Steinman, Cody Prosser, Brad Gallagher, Elliot Schaefer, I mean, Joe, Bill Adams, Brittany at home. I mean, there's a great group of sponsors on this thing as well. Rustler Sales and Service, Ravens Trailer, Superior Tank and Trailer, Cruise, Top Shelf Trucking, Hoba Auto Parts, Morse Auto Body. Yeah, I mean, hopefully it was exciting. I'm a little... With 2 to go, I thought we had a shot for the win, and we're sitting in third, but it had to be exciting at least. So this Triple X with FK Indy Shocks, I mean, we got it dialed in. At least we're, especially at this place. So, one other thing, I want to best wishes to all the photographers. Hopefully everything works out great there. That's a shame, and wish everybody the best.
Well, that is Brandon Spithaller. Again, Caleb Henry is your winner tonight. And I will send it upstairs to Mike Swanger.
Once again, thanks everyone for coming out. We hope you enjoyed the races. We'll be